Yay, all right. For real this time. This is all brand new territory for me going live. I am going to seem, I think, less smart, witty, and charming because I know that all of my apparent dashingness comes from video editing. It's very common that I'll be flying around. Actually, I probably shouldn't tell you guys this because now you're going to be watching the clock in the bottom left of the screen between cuts. But it's very often that I will start a thought and then just stop mid-sentence because I can't figure out where I was going. And then I'll fly around for a bit. And then about like 5 minutes later, I'll be like, aha, I've got it. And then just pick up my sentence again and just invisibly jump 7 minutes in the in the video edit. So we'll see. You're going to have to put up with my rambling and repeating myself and rephrasing myself and stammering with absolutely no filter this time. We are going to undock at 10 a.m. my time here in Montreal, which is 1500 Eve time, about 10 minutes from now. And people are already talking about stream sniping. Don't worry. I am fully on board for that. If you want to come hunt me, go for it. I'm not easy to catch. We'll see how much easier the stream makes it. But I've already taken that into account, and I am prepared. I am prepared for the eventuality. Well, so Nebula Quarkstar says, just be yourself and try and avoid the overwhelming pressure of screwing up and embarrassing yourself. I don't embarrass easily. And if you've been watching this series, I think you know that I'm not too scared of screwing up. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I am ready for this to be an absolute clusterfuck. And if it is, that's content, right? Okay. I'm going to try and avoid actually starting the episode, so to speak, until 10 o'clock, just to give people a chance to join. But if anyone has any questions about where we're at with the series, what's next, I'm happy to field them now. I do have a full cup of coffee here, which may be a mistake. My my bladder isn't exactly made of iron, so I guess we'll see what it's like to be running off to take a piss in the middle of stream and also while out in Null-sec, and also while streaming the fact that I'm out in Null-sec and away from keyboard. No, this is not the Cynabal undock yet. The Cynabal is still yet to be built. We're still yet to be built. There's really only one thing left between us and the Cynabal, and that's 150 million ISK blueprint, which is why we are doing this ISK grind today. We have 44 million ISK, 43.8, and we need 150 million for the blueprint. I think I can probably grind that out in about 4 hours, maybe less. So when I was doing all of that evaluation, 5 or 6 episodes back, of how best to make ISK, one of the top things was null-sec ratting in the catalyst, and I was making, if I recall correctly, someone's going to actually pull up the episode and correct me, I'm sure, it was around like 23 million ISK an hour that I was making just from bounties, null-sec ratting in the catalyst. So that should be 4 hours. And I think that maybe with Bill's skills being a little bit higher and with us being just focused on ISK, not loot, we might be able to actually pump that number up a bit. There are other things that were getting us more ISK per hour, but all of those things required selling things to NPCs. So there was the wormhole ratting, which gets you the sleeper libraries. There was DED sites, which gets you the overseer effects. Both of those were a little bit more ISK per hour when I ran the numbers, but that requires taking those objects out to NPCs, and there's always a chance that you fail or die at that point. And also, you have to account for the time it takes to go sell those things to the NPCs. The nice thing about ratting is the money just goes straight into your wallet. And even if you die mid-ratting, you never lose any of what you've accumulated. If I spend an hour ratting in a wormhole and someone comes and kills me, there were no bounties. It is a zero-isk income for that period of time up until I died. Also, because we are so close to the finish line, I'm willing to undertake pretty risky behavior because we're really at a ships our ammo stage. Of the 13 catalysts that I built way back in the beginning by accident, I still have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 catalysts still remaining, and I'd be perfectly content to burn through all 7 of them today. I think I may have built. I'd have to go back and look at the videos, or someone else have to do it for me. I think I may have built 1 or 2 catalysts since then. Because I needed a catalyst and one of my pre-built stock of catalysts was not nearby. But like maybe I've built 2. Maybe I built 2 more since those initial 13. And we still haven't run through anywhere near all of those 13 catalysts that I built at a time when the material cost of 13 catalysts was really substantial to me. Okay. One thing that would help me out right here, because I don't know how to use YouTube, if someone wants to post a link to the live stream in the Discord and maybe also in the in-game chat, that would be super. I would appreciate that a lot, because I'm not quite sure where to find my live stream link from within the YouTube Studio software. And I know there are some folks on Discord who are expecting me to be streaming there, and I wasn't able to do that because of technical difficulties. So it's just YouTube only. Maybe someone who's watching now will be happy to share the link for me so other people can find it. But it seems like people are finding it easy enough. We've got 39 people watching on stream right now, and the stream hasn't actually even started yet. So I'm pretty excited about this, you guys. All right, let's see. If I had to explain Eve to an alien, what part of the game would make them leave our planet? So actually the funny thing about Eve is that when I was a teenager, I guess, my favorite video game in the world was Wing Commander Privateer. I was like, oh my god, this is the exact game I've always been waiting for. I love that you could do whatever you wanted. You could go combat, you could go trade, you could do like mining or whatever. And it was, the world felt huge. The universe felt huge. There was a story, but the story didn't like force you into it. It was very like open world in the modern gaming sense. Although this was back in like 1994. And the only thing, when I was like lying in bed dreaming about Wing Commander Privateer, I was thinking, if only it was possible, I would love it so much if I could fly around in space and see other players, other privateers. And I would love it if I could like set up a shop on a planet and other players could come to my shop. I was just like, it would be incredible if this universe could be filled with a whole bunch of people playing this game at the same time, and basically there's no NPCs. When you interact with another person, you're interacting with another person. Of course, I knew that that was absolutely impossible. Technically impossible. And then I stopped playing. I went on to other things. I went away to university, stopped gaming so much, and forgot all about it. And then EVE Online launched, and it was completely off my radar. I guess EVE Online started in, 2004? 2006? something like that. And I joined the game in 2009 because suddenly I'd realized it existed. And when I logged into EVE Online for the first time, I was just like, holy crap. This is the version of Wing Commander Privateer that I always wanted, that was completely impossible, and then it's so much else besides. And I fell in love immediately. But the thing with EVE, the question was, what would make an alien, when they learned about EVE, want to leave Earth forever? When I started playing EVE, I was like, oh man, this is so great. Full universe of people, like a whole community. And then as soon as you start actually interacting with the people, you realize they all just want to murder you for the sake of murder. They all want to scam you, not because they even want your money, but just because it like makes them happy to have scammed you. And I was like, holy shit, it is a hive of scum and villainy. And then very quickly, I was like, right, it's a hive of scum and villainy because being a villain is so rewarding. And like that, overnight, I went from joining EVE and being like, why is everyone such a dick? To being like, oh, I can't wait to log into EVE and be a dick. So, yeah, you can't give people the tools to make a beautiful, harmonious, intergalactic community and expect them to actually do that. That's not who we are. And I don't think it's a problem. I encourage people who start playing EVE. One of the things I always say when people start playing is you need to get out of high sec. You need to get out of high security space as quickly as you can. Because the high sec experience is such a tiny part of EVE, for one thing. I don't think you can experience most of the best parts of EVE in high sec. But the other thing with high sec is it allows you to pretend that EVE is a sort of safe, communal, collaborative space. And it really isn't. And maybe it's not bad to want to pretend that, but then it results in, as soon as something happens in high sec that goes against that, like you get ganked on a gate going to Jita, or you get scammed, then you're like, oh, this game sucks. It's not the game I thought it was. And then I think that high sec life makes people angry at the game and makes people leave the game because they're trying to make the game be something that it's not. And honestly, even if you are one of those people who just wants to like chill and not PvP, the joys available in low-sec, null-sec, wormhole space for chilling and not PvPing, but also accepting that you live in a dangerous universe where people can come for you at any time, makes the game so much richer. Let the game be the game it is, I guess, is what I'm trying to say there. Okay. It is 1500 EVE time. It's time to actually get this stream rolling. So we are here today because I need to buy a life support backup unit blueprint original. That is the whole purpose of this stream. We need to build all of those components that we need to build the Cynabal. And the only component that we don't have yet is the life support backup unit. We need, I think, 4 of them. I'm not going to call up my spreadsheet right now. However many we need, though, we definitely have the materials to build out all of our life support backup units, but the blueprint itself costs 150 million ISK. We needed to earn in total about 550 million ISK for all of the blueprints that we were going to need, and we've done most of that. We've bought all of them but this last one, and our ISK balance is currently sitting 43.8 million. So today I need to earn 106.2 million ISK. One thing, oh, that's interesting. I just noticed that I actually got 928,000 ISK from the insurgency. I guess from capturing those sites, those angel sites last episode. I didn't realize that there was an ISK reward associated with that. 1 million ISK doesn't go a long way. Although that is interesting. I've really been learning a lot in this over the course of this challenge. I've been learning a lot about all the different ISK faucets that are available. Like I recently was 2 episodes ago was talking about and showing how insurance works, and how insurance is actually kind of a way to sell minerals for ISK. And apparently if you want to do your own challenge, if you're doing your own challenge, and you're looking to focus more heavily on the insurgency, that is also an ISK faucet. You'll also notice here that I transferred out 4.5 million ISK to my main. That's because when I logged in first thing this morning, a bunch of these daily goal rewards popped. And because the rules I said at the beginning said no rewards from daily goals, and then mid-run, halfway along the way, they stopped making it so you had to manually claim them and started auto-claiming them for you. So now I have to periodically babysit my wallet and send out the ISK. Okay, so you might notice that we are in Thera. I flew into Thera first thing this morning in preparation for this stream. Every time I've left Thera in the last few weeks, I've been like, this is it. We're done. We're never coming back to Thera. There's nothing left in Thera that we need. And every time I keep being like, oh no, I'm going to pop back into Thera for, a hot second. This time, the reason I've come back into Thera is because I realize I have parked in here Fiona the Catalyst, who is my blinged out NPC ratting ship. And this is what I want to fly today. The fit is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's see. We have... Oh, what the hell? Okay, so a new expansion dropped yesterday that added some deathless ships and a few other things that I haven't really delved into too much. But apparently it also changed the ship info screen. What the... All right. And I can't drag this by that. There we go. This is Fiona the Catalyst. Full rack of meta blasters in the high. And then in the mid slot, we've got a web and an A-type dead space micro warp drive. And in the low slot, we've got... Wait, what? Did they change the icon for mag stabs? I was like, what the hell are those modules in the low slot? I don't remember putting those there. They've changed the icon for the magnetic field stabilizer. I hate it. I think I hate it. I know that's just me being resistant to change. To be honest, the damage mod icons that they've been using before were pretty ugly to begin with, and also do not visually tell you what they're doing at all. And it's always been a little bit annoying to me that gyro stabilizers, mag stabs, and tracking enhancers all use basically the same icon. So maybe I'll stop being so resistant to change and come to love this. But for now, I hate it. Anyway, as I was saying, 2 mag stabs in the bottom and a dead space armor rep. So this is really, there's basically no tank here. We don't have damage control. We don't have any buffer rigs. Our entire tanking ability is this 1 armor rep. We've got 4,400 EHP. But we're hunting battleships, we're going to get under their guns, and then they're just never going to hit us. And the micro warp drive, although it increases our signature radius and makes us easier to hit on the approach, usually you can approach those NPC battleships pretty quick, get in that tight orbit, and then turn it off. So it actually reduces the damage we take because we're approaching for less time. Okay. Enough yapping. I think we're ready to take this ship out for a run. The other thing I'll note, though, on the fit is that we do have 2 hyperspatials in the rig slot. So really what I've built this ship for is DPS and speed, but not necessarily in space speed, speed from belt to belt and speed from rat to rat. This is really optimized to get the most bounties possible in the shortest amount of time. Now, we are going out to Null-sec, and I have already scanned a couple of Null-sec exits, but I'm also going to bring with me... Oh, they've changed the synth drop booster icon too. Now, I'm also going to bring with me some of these noise needle jacks. This is particularly because stream sniping is a potential issue I need to be concerned about, but also if a part of space is not working out for me, if there's not as many belts as I would like, then the needle jack will let me just get off to another area of space. There's a 15-minute timer between needle jacks, and I won't be able to use one if I've shot an NPC in the last 5 minutes. So we're going to have to be aware of our timers to make sure that if we need to or want to leave system, we aren't accidentally refreshing our timers. And in the hold of the catalyst, in addition to the needle jacks, yeah, we have plenty of ammo. I've got a mobile depot, a core probe launcher, and core scanner probes in case we end up needing to find ourselves a wormhole. All right, it's 10 minutes past the hour. I'm actually undocking. No one on D-scan. I'm going to warp to my undock just on principle. I'm going to put my phone on silent. Okay, so the first wormhole I want to take out of Thera is to Outer Ring, HAO 490. Let's get off the station grid and pull up the map. HAO 490. I think, if I remember correctly, that was over by the Loom station. Yeah, so we're going to warp over to our D-scan safe spot at the Fullerene Loom. It's actually my wife texting me, and my phone is set so that when my phone's on silent, her texts still make noise. So if my wife keeps texting me, then you're going to keep hearing my phone go off. But this is, I guess, what you get when you watch a live stream, because I would for sure edit that out and will edit it out when I edit this down to a video. These two hyperspatial rigs that I have do make getting across Thera a little bit less painful in a destroyer, but this still feels like a pretty slow warp compared to the Atron with the 3 Tech 2 hyperspatials that I've been flying recently. This is a big-ass system, and from the Grav Lab to the Fullerene Loom, I think is the longest warp in system. There is a malediction on D-scan. Let's just make sure that he's not actually on the wormhole. He's probably on the station. I'm going to align to the wormhole, go into first person view. Bring my angle down to 5%. There's no one there. Route outer wing. Outer ring. People may have noticed when I was running for CSM and doing those CSM interviews that I have a real tendency to just randomly mispronounce words for no reason. And when I'm editing and I say outer wing, I'm quite able to, in the edit, just say outer wing, outer ring, and stitch it together. But you're with me today, and you're going to hear me say outer wing and Catalyst instead of catalyst or whatever. Making a safe spot before we actually head to the belts. That's not a very good safe spot. Let's make sure it's just not actually on the planet grid. That's 60,000 kilometers away from the planet. That'll be good enough for now. I just want to have somewhere in my locations list to warp to if someone shows up in system. But as it stands right now, we have this place all to ourselves. So, belt 1. So I grew up on a farm in extremely rural Ontario. Here in Canada. I think I'm going to kill these battlecruisers. This is actually one thing I haven't figured out yet, is that these battlecruisers die so fast. They give 175,000 ISK. And is it worth my time? Like, is it better ISK per hour to kill the battlecruisers and the battleships? Or just to ignore a belt with battlecruisers and go keep and just bounce belt to belt with my hyperspatials looking for battleships. I'm also being pointed right now by the Guardian Angels. So I'm going to need to kill these frigates as well. And it's the Guardian Angels who are hitting me. I'm pretty sure. Let's see, the Spanish High Captain is doing a little bit. Oh, I don't need to kill these guys. Oh no. They dropped point for a second and now the point's back on. That's okay. We can kill these guys quick and go on to the next belt. It has begun. This belt has earned us, what's the bounty multiplier here? 150%. So this belt earned us about 500,000 ISK so far. 200 more belts like this, and we got it on lock. I hope you guys are ready. We'll see how this goes. My plan is to just belt rat the whole time. But it is possible we might get tempted to some other activities along the way, depending on how long this takes. I may have 4 hours of belt ratting in me. I don't think I have 6. Someone was talking about ESS robbing. That's something I actually was thinking about as well. I'm a little bit sad that I never got around to it, because I was planning to make an episode about ESS robbing. If you're lucky, I've done plenty of it on my main. If you're lucky, the ISK per hour certainly beats anything else that I do in this series, except for maybe the wormhole stuff, in terms of just raw ISK per hour. But you have to sell the items, and also you have to get the items out of Sovnull, which means that even when you successfully rob a ESS, it's not guaranteed ISK for you, because it can often be quite tricky to get the items out to safety. The other thing is, you can spend a lot of time flying around looking for a good ESS to rob, and you have to take that into account. I'm not looting anything here today because there's not really any loot that we need. We don't really need any more minerals. Mostly I've been looting along the way in order to keep getting those 500 MN microwarp drives and those microwarp disruption field generators, because I always needed more minerals. But at this point, the only things I'm still going to be building are life support backup units, which don't take any conventional minerals, and the Cynabal, for which we already have all of our minerals safely in Minar. Killing frigates, I suppose I could be looting, looking for higher meta guns. But these are actually pretty decent. This is a pretty decent rack of blasters we have here. And with our focus being on ISK per hour, I'm pretty sure that if we are looting all the frigate wrecks to try and get that slightly better blaster, the time we spend looting is not going to pay for itself in terms of faster killing of battleships later in the stream. So we're just going to be trying to do nothing but kill battlecruisers, battlecruisers and battleships. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a single battleship yet. We are only in negative 0.1 space here in Outer Ring, but usually you find a battleship at least in every second belt. I'm really curious if anyone wants to tell me in the comments if you think that actually killing these battlecruisers is the right way to go about this, or is a waste of my time. Battleships usually give like 1 to 2 million ISK bounty. The battlecruisers give like 120 to 100 to 200,000 ISK. I'm not sure if it takes 10 times as long to kill a battleship as it does to kill a battlecruiser. It feels to me like it's pretty close to that. It feels like the battleship might actually take a little bit more than 10 times as long as killing a battlecruiser, but I haven't actually run the numbers. I haven't timed it to see. And it does feel like, at least in these belts where there are battlecruisers and no battleships, that at least I'm earning some ISK by killing the battlecruisers rather than just bouncing. I would have bounced five belts here. I would have bounced 5 belts here without finding anything if I was looking just for battleships. So the fact that I've made, a million or 2 ISK killing battlecruisers feels worthwhile. I don't know. It's the same thing with the battleships too. The highest rank battleships, the ones that have the 1.9 million ISK bounty, in a way I've been thinking that maybe I should almost avoid those with this catalyst, because I can kill them, but my DPS is just barely above their active tank. Well, not just barely, but their active tank is high enough that the difference between a 1.5 million ISK battleship and a 1.9 million ISK battleship is that the 1.9 million ISK battleship takes me honestly twice as long to kill, because their active tank is too high a ratio of my DPS. So if I could just line up the 1.5 million ISK battleships, I think that would be my absolute optimum ISK per hour. And I know I could do that. I could do that in the combat anomalies, but I'm not sure that a catalyst can actually mitigate enough damage with 20 battleships on field. And especially not this catalyst with no damage control and a microwarp drive instead of an AB. Now that's one thing we might try later in the stream, actually, is that maybe we try refitting and see if this catalyst can't run a Serpentis hub. That would be probably suicide. But I have learned over this challenge that Tech 1 Destroyer can handle much higher content than you might think. That Serpentis Surveillance Squad that I ran, that's not Destroyer content. Oh, there we go. Our first battleships. 1.1, 800,000. These guys should go down pretty fast. There's 3 destroyers on grid. I may actually have to kill the destroyers just to stop them from applying to me. Because, like I said, my tank is just this armor rep. We'll see. I'm worried that if I don't kill the destroyers, yeah, I'm gonna have to kill the destroyers because I can't perma-run the armor rep because of cap issues. These guys will die fast though. My cap is out after all. Yeah, I need to bounce to the safe. What belt are we at? 11-2. Already into structure. You guys get to see my bad module micro really on display here. I completely could have managed my modules properly and held grid there. Let's see. Was it 11-2? Someone tell me what I just said. I'm pretty sure that it was Planet 11 Belt 2 that I was at. And as soon as I've repaired my armor and recharged my cap, I want to go straight back to that belt. I think it was 11-2. 11-2. Thank you, Matthew Moorer. I'm waiting for that first tick to come in. It's been 15 minutes now. A tick should be, I guess, it's every 20 minutes. I think it's 20 minutes from the first ship you kill is when you'll get your first tick. I don't think that this first tick is going to be setting any records because we spent a lot of time killing battlecruisers. If we can clear this belt and get those first 2 battleships onto that first tick, then it'll be more respectable. Now, when I was using this fit before, I was pretty sure that with this micro warp drive, I could actually get away with burning straight in at these guys. I'll probably take 1 heavy hit from the guy I'm burning at most. Obviously, it's better to spiral in at them if you're trying to mitigate the most damage. But, like I said, this fit was just built to really be killing these guys as fast as possible. Oh, and I'm orbiting the wrong guy. The limiting factor here in my ISK per hour is really always going to be bad piloting. Yeah, so the micro warp drive instead of the AB, the goal is to cover that distance to them as quickly as possible, and the best way to do that is to fly straight towards your orbit and accept that you might take 1 heavy shot. And usually, even the good shots from these battleships is something that my shields can absorb. It's those 3 destroyers. Those 3 destroyers that are on the field. I should have went for them straight away. I'm remembering using this fit before, and you do have to clear the destroyers if you're going to be sitting and orbiting a battleship. Oh yeah, maybe I don't need to web the battleship. That's actually a really good point. I have the enduring web, and it uses relatively little capacitor, 1.7 gigajoule, and my capacitor is 788, and that's 1.7 every 5 seconds. So it's pretty trivial, but you're absolutely right. When I'm running into cap issues with the armor rep, I should turn off the web and leave on the guns. I'll try and remember to do that. I'll try and remember to do that next time it comes up. Yeah, see there we got one good shot, and then once we were within 10 kilometers, even with the Sig Bloom from the micro warp drive, he couldn't hit us at all. All right, we're gonna try running this without the web and see how it goes. No tick yet. We might sneak in this Port Admiral. I've usually been getting like 5 million ISK ticks is what this catalyst is capable of. Every now and then I've gotten a 7 or 8 million ISK tick, but it seems like 5 to 6 is sort of more sustainable. So we'll see. I'm going to be hoping that we are regularly seeing 5+ million ISK ticks every time on this stream. I was talking a lot early on in the series about things that new players can do with, minimal ISK and with minimal skills. And I kept talking about low-sec belt ratting as an option. And low-sec belt ratting, I think, is honestly still the place to go if you're just starting the game and are looking for something to do with your destroyer or even your frigate. You can make pretty decent ISK in low-sec belts, especially, with battleships in the low security low-sec belts, and then also the clone soldiers are incredible. And now they've even added officers to low-sec belts in 0.1 and 0.2 space, I believe. I'm not sure. I also considered doing an episode of officer hunting about that idea once they added them, but that idea just didn't make sense once we were actually so close to the goal. I'm not sure if a T1 destroyer like this one would be able to kill one of the new null-sec officers, but it seems possible. Right, yes. Arteni Claudiu is saying in the chat that there are high-sec officers as well in 0.5 space. Those obviously are not viable within the challenge. I'd have to try and kill them in my Reaper. And even though the new officers don't seem nearly as intense as the battleship officers in Null that have been here all along, I'm not sure that a meta-fit Reaper is going to be equipped to take them out. Yeah, so I think low-sec bolt ratting for a new player, 5.5 million ISK, first tick. We're on our way. Yeah, low-sec belt ratting is fantastic, and there's so much cool stuff that you can find there. The clone soldiers, potentially officers, the Mordus guys who drop the Garmer blueprints. A lot of interesting stuff. But null-sec belt ratting is so viable in like a day two destroyer. And the ISK for a new player is fantastic. The loot is so good in terms of minerals and resale value. Yes, and the clone soldiers, actually that's another good point someone said in chat, is that the clone soldiers have been a really big boon to me because I can sell their tags for like 3 to 4 million ISK. Just a second. For 3 to 4 million ISK to the NPCs, but if you're not doing the challenge, you can sell them to other players, and those tags are worth up to 30 million or 40 million ISK apiece, which is like a gold mine for a new player. So actually, I'm not sure if you aren't doing the challenge. Probably low-sec is more profitable for belt routing than null-sec. For me right now, though, the ISK per hour is definitely higher out here. You wouldn't get a 5.5 million ISK tick, I don't think, in most low-sec systems, unless you had been lucky enough to find a couple of clone soldiers. Yeah. Yes, I always do this. Structure is like a, you got a structure budget. Don't really worry about it till it's the last 10%. Use the whole ship, right? It is actually, I should be a little more careful about it, because if I'm planning to stay out in null-sec the whole time, then I will eventually have to find somewhere to dock up and repair. We're in Outer Ring right now, which is NPC null-sec, and there actually will be stations within a few jumps of me. But if we end up in Sovnull later in the stream, I will be more careful about preserving my structure, because I won't be able to repair it easily if it gets too low. All right, I need to kill these destroyers first. I need to just do it. I need to just accept right off the bat this time the destroyers need to die. Or else I'm going to run into cap problems. I will spend more of my structure. Yeah, there we go. This thing can handle any spawn, I think. Any null-sec belt spawn, as long as you do things in the right order. Yeah, thermal erosion. I actually did do C1 and I think C2. Or maybe I went straight to C2, I don't recall, combat. I did do some wormhole combat sites in a Thrasher. And they were the best ISK of any activity that I tried when I was actually tracking ISK per hour like diligently in a spreadsheet. The only problem is, as I said at the start of the stream, is that you've got to get the sleeper data libraries out of the wormhole. And you run the risk of, if you get jumped while you're running the wormhole, then you run the risk of putting in an hour and making no ISK, which isn't really that big of a deal when you're trying to earn ISK on an ongoing basis. You just budget that in. You budget in that every now and then you'll die and you won't have earned anything because you'll have lost your sleeper data libraries in your wreck. But for this right now, when my goal is to exactly make 150 million ISK, oops, wrong module, exactly make 150 million ISK, and then never need to earn ISK ever again, I want to stick to activities that are going to guarantee me ISK per hour. The great thing about belt routing is that this ISK goes straight into my wallet. If I kill this battleship and then die while fighting the next one, I still get the bounty from this battleship I'm shooting right now. Also, I actually do find that flying around and dropping off, like flying around and finding somewhere to sell those sleeper data libraries, if you're doing it for a short period of time, if you do like 2 hours of wormhole sites, then go sell the loot, selling the loot sometimes takes almost as long as running the site in the first place, essentially cutting your ISK per hour in half. Obviously, that's not an issue if you're living in a wormhole and you're running like 50 sites before you go sell your loot at all. But that's not what we're doing today. So I just don't want the hassle. Also, wormhole life is more stressful and requires more of my attention. The nice thing about being out here in Null is that I can just keep my eyes on local. I can know for sure that right now I'm safe from player interference, which allows me to be chit-chatting at all of you and watching chat without feeling like I need to be pounding dscan every 2 seconds and being completely paranoid. I find null-sec belt routing pretty like relaxing and meditative. I can do it almost on autopilot, which is nice. It's what you want sometimes. It's nice for the people talk about one of the problems with Eve is there being not a ton of just like drop in and play content, right? If you want to run D&D sites and stuff like that, you need to go find them. And sometimes you'll log in and be like, I'd love to run a D&D site. And then you'll spend half an hour looking for one and then find one and be like, oh, well, I only had an hour to play. Now I can't do it. Belt routing is always available. Always available. Oh, the descanning? when you say it's Viper HD, are you talking about I still do it though? Are you talking about the descanning? That is... There's no way I can stop doing that. I've got the descan hotkey on. Actually, I've got this little... I don't know if I can get it in front of the camera. Where's the camera? There it is. I've got this little macro pad with a bunch of my descan and my drone and my module, so all mapped to it. And I don't know if you noticed when I was holding it up there, but the one of the keycaps is a different profile than the rest of them. So they're mostly, I believe these are XDA keycaps, and this one here is an SA keycap, which is like twice as tall. And so my index finger just rests on the DSA keycap. Sorry, rests on the DScan keycap at all times. At all times. And I've basically just muscle memory trained myself to be descanning about every 5 seconds to 10 seconds at a minimum without even thinking of it. I'm not even conscious that I'm doing it anymore. And like people are saying in chat, I do it in high-sec too. And honestly, people, it's true, you should be in the habit of descanning in high-sec. People die in high-sec and say, oh, it was completely unavoidable. And then when you ask, what they were doing that made this completely unavoidable, they're like, oh, well, I was just sitting in a belt, stationary, not watching local, not watching descan, and then I died. And it's like, well, yeah, you need situational awareness in high-sec too. Although this situation right here, a completely empty system, although not empty anymore, Lizer Decky, in a completely empty system, that is a situation where you probably don't need to be descanning. This guy's in a Synesis. I love the Synesis as a combat ship. It's the Society of Conscious Thought Destroyer. But, and it's like got really interesting combat bonuses. It's surprisingly good for destroyer level PvE content, especially when they put out those events that you can only go into in a Tech 1 destroyer, because the Synesis counts as one. The drone events, and there was one for Kaldari Union Day, I believe, last year that was limited destroyers as well. Oh, here's a Synesis. I was just going to say... this guy's not going to be a threat to me. And then here we are. All right. I was chit-chatting too much. I don't need to be heating the... All right. I think I've been stream sniped for the first time. What a joker. What a joker. I was just chatting, saying, Synesis, I love it as a combat ship, but everyone who flies it is always flying it as a transport vessel because they can insta-warp. And so I wasn't concerned about that guy because he was just going to be traveling through. They got surprisingly big cargo holds. So I was sure that that guy was just going to be traveling through, hauling stuff from one area of Null-sec to another. But I forgot that I'm streaming. That is my first stream sniper. And I'm not going to take any of that loot that he brought for me. There was a Gila blueprint in there. No. And a bunch of Tech 2 modules. I also, because I forgot that that was probably a stream snipe, I was actually expecting it to be, once he tackled me, I was like, oh crap, this is going to be a like maxed out optimum PvP Synesis. So I started running my AAR heated immediately, thinking he was just going to melt through my non-existent shields. And then it ran for 2 cycles. And he'd done, what, basically 0 damage to me? Did he even shoot me? Oh yeah, he did shoot me. Oh no, he just scrammed me. He didn't shoot. But I started running my AAR heated immediately, just on reflex. And I also heated my guns, because when you're in PvP, you heat your guns. And now I've got 15% heat on my guns that I will never be able to repair until I find a station. That were completely unnecessary. That was completely unnecessary heat damage. And I've almost finished all the belts in the system. All right, I'm gonna have to be a little bit more careful from here on out. If someone pops into local, I really can't assume that they're just a local passing through. I have broadcast my location. I have broadcast my location literally on the internet, and I'm ratting in a system that is 1 jump out of Thera. I am easy to find. Easy to find. Let's look at, people are talking about the kill. Let's look at what he brought. He had no guns. Yeah, this is a straight suicide. No guns, just a scram and a whole bunch of stuff, whole bunch of loot, bunch of T2 stuff, and a Gila blueprint. 44.7 million ISK. Against the rules. I will kill you, but I will not take your donation. Yeah, I could do a 3-minute delay, but I mean, I've spent 47 minutes in the system now. So all a 3-minute delay will do is tell people that I'm probably like 1 belt further on than what they thought. I suppose I could randomize the belts I go to as well. My intention was that I was going to be super paranoid about local, safe up, and then if I need to, then just fill them out. I'm not as good at being cautious when I actually play as I am at being cautious when I'm planning. Which I think probably is a common experience. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I am just jumping to the next system now to get out of being next to Thera and also keep ratting out here in Outer Ring. There could be a gate camp here. Speaking of stream sniping, it seems possible. It seems possible that people would have set up bubble camps on both of the outgates from that system. But it did not happen. I'm pretty sure an overheated A-type micro warp drive could get me back to the gate pretty quickly, especially now that you can overheat and gate cloak, which is such a nice change that people are asking for forever. But we got to the next system in our chain safely, and now we've got another like 10 or so belts. Let's see, we must have got another tick by now. Huh? Nope, still only showing one tick. That little PvP, a little PvP intermission is going to definitely reduce our ISK per hour. I think our next tick might not be in the 5.5 to 6 million ISK range. Yeah, but it was amusing. No hard feelings. We've learned our lesson and we're killing the destroyers first now. And now we're back on track. Yeah, another tick should be imminent. And then the ticks are also on a per system basis. So we'll get one tick for the last set of rats that we killed in the previous system, and then we'll also get a new tick, I believe, on a new schedule for this system now. Once we killed that first destroyer, I think that started the 20-minute timer to get the tick for this system. If we end up bouncing systems a lot, then you can get like multiple ticks right on top of each other. One for each system that you killed a rat in. Let's see if I can kill this guy in the last shot before I go into reload. Yes. Saved me 5 seconds in this belt. Undocking is talking about bringing another ship. So we will be watching local for that. If I see Undocking drop back in local, I'm not giving him another fight. We will just bounce. Man, we're taking a lot of damage in this belt. What's doing that damage to us? Apprentice Captain. It's the guy I'm killing. No, yeah, I mean, I know that the cruisers can hit me okay. But still, like, that's more damage than I'm used to taking from 2 cruisers in this fit. 5.2 million ISK. There we go. No problem. Just dipping the structure there a little bit. Nothing to worry about. Now, which belt is next? I guess I'm probably going to have to kill those cruisers as well. If in belts like that. The the extremely minimal tank on this thing does warrant some more cautious flying. This belt's not worth doing. Let's see if I can get off grid before those guys tackle me. I'm gonna lock them up anyways in case I get pointed. Let's see. Reduction to kinetic resistance. bonus to ship warp speed. I hadn't looked to see what those weather effects were doing. The reduction to kinetic resistance is helping me out with my blasters, but is also explaining why I'm taking more damage from these rats than I'm used to. In fact, I think that 10% reduction to kinetic resistance might be enough to explain why spawns that I'm used to being able to just barely tank are actually whittling me down. Yeah, I've still got 195 structure hit points remaining. Not particularly concerned. But I'm not going to try and kill that. Nope. All right. Stelmer M. In a buzzard. Now, as I started saying before, that a Synesis, a random Synesis on D-scan is usually not. All right, 9-1. I gotta remember that. A random Synesis on D-scan is usually not coming to kill you. Oh, okay, the buzzard left. A random buzzard on D-scan is also usually not coming to kill you. But given that I'm streaming, and given that first encounter, I'm not going to write off any possibility. And honestly, a combat buzzard with a micro warp drive and light missiles could potentially kill me. It's a very silly fit, but against a blaster catalyst, I could imagine a buzzard fit that I'd have a very hard time dealing with. Bad module micro again. Orbiting the wrong guy. Paranoid about damage from these cruisers now. I do, as you see, like to fly dangerously, but the downside of letting yourself go into deep structure is that it limits your ability to fly dangerously in the future. I need to be more cautious in this belt because I'm already at 10% structure. I should probably be spiraling this guy, to be honest. Even with him webbed, it's taking me surprisingly long to close on him. There we go. I will say that my watching my structure go down and not really being concerned about it until I get to like 25% structure is definitely a side effect of me flying so many PvP frigates that have basically no hit points and that are AAR and hull tanked. When I'm flying my Vigil Fleet issue, the fight hasn't really even started until I'm in structure. So I'm quite used to that third bar being the like, okay, these are my actual hit points. And when I'm flying other ships in other situations, that does sometimes work against me. There are certainly ships I've been flying in this challenge when once I'm ticking into structure, I should be very, very, very concerned. And yet none of my adrenaline gets going because I'm like, oh yeah, that's normal. I would kind of like to find a station soon without going back to Thera to rep up my structure and my heat damage. So I'm going to take a quick pop over to Dotlan. And see if there is a station nearby. I don't want to get tackled by these guys. Good. Okay, so I am in AN-TAC. The wormhole is in T-TAC Z. There's a station in 4C. TAC B7X. 3 jumps away. Let's head in that direction. Dotlan and Eve checks suggests that there have not been people killing along that path. In fact, the only PvP Dotlan showing in the entire region, in the entire Outer Ring region in the last hour, is 1 kill in T-TAC Z. And I think I know which kill that is. Oh, could check the loot for a hull repper. That's actually not a terrible idea. Honestly, like, hull reps are so bad. They're so slow. It never makes sense to fly around with a hull repper on. But I do have a mobile depot. If I have a hull repper back in Thera, that's actually a really good shout. Oh, all right. We've got someone popping up in local, and I don't have a safe spot. Yeah, because in a situation like this, I could very easily just safe up and use fit a hull rep with my mobile depot and rep all the way back up in just a couple of minutes. Deluge. A deluge. I haven't actually flown a deluge. That's one of those new combat haulers. I really like them in theory. I think that the deluge is the blockade runner. What, this fucking interface? I think a deluge could actually be like a pretty good hunting ship. I'm not sure that I'd be able to escape a deluge if it caught me, and I don't think I could kill it in a 1v1. I'd be curious to try though, but not today. Not today when we're on this ISK making mission. Yeah, I want to see that deluge. I want to see that deluge info panel again. I haven't really looked at these ships at all. I do like the idea behind them. Let's see. Cloaking device, warp speed bonus, that's the blockade runner stuff. Then also huge fitting bonus to fit medium missiles, including rapid lights. It doesn't have a decloak. Oh, it does. Does it have a decloak targeting bonus? Or does it have a normal targeting delay? Yeah, I'm gonna have to play around in EFT. I'm gonna play around in EFT. I actually like the idea. I might try that on my main, building a deluge solo hunter and see how it goes. Although In terms of cloaky solo hunting ships, those new deathless ships that were added in the Revenant expansion yesterday are absolutely the hotness. I might actually try and build a deluge and give it a shot before I on my main PMIX, not on Bill. Give a solo deluge a shot before I try out the deathless ships, because they're going to be bonkers expensive for the first couple of weeks. Everyone knows that they're good. The big question is going to be whether that damage over time pod launcher that I forget the names of the new deathless ships, but they've got that new damage over time launcher, which may be OP or may be terrible. I haven't actually looked at the stats and theory crafted it too much, but I can expect that it's not going to be right on the money straight out of the gate. That it's either going to be unusable or absurdly broken. And then there will be, all right. Who's this guy with his 3 ships? So I'm sure there will be some sort of patch, balance patch on those new ships within a week or two. And it sort of makes sense, I think, to wait until that first balance pass has been done before falling in love with them. That would give me enough time to fly around in a deluge a bit. Although, honestly, I pretty much never log in Macagon for PvP these days. All of my EVE gaming time has been Bill focused. All right, and Lola Colton, who are you? Things may be getting too hot out here. Although I know that there's more traffic here right now because I'm only 1 jump away from the station. I am having to ask myself, are these people in local just passing through to and from the station, or are they hunting me? All right, back to ratting. I should really be comparing those names that pop up in local against my in-game chat player list, because anyone who is stream sniping me is likely to be using that intel channel as well. Oh, they certainly could be using the intel channel on an alt. Okay, the frigates, I think I should be able to just tank. We've got 2 sort of low bounty battleships here. I think I should be able to just kill them quickly and get off grid without worrying about those 3 frigates pushing me down into structure again where I don't have much room to be pushed. Oh, the frigates might give me small hull reps. That's a good point. All right. I don't want to slow myself down by looting too much, but I will at least kill the 3 frigates in this belt and see if I can't get a hull rep, because I do kind of need one right now. And yeah, I specifically need a small hull rep if I want to be able to fit it to the catalyst. So if I'm going to be killing and looting anything, then it's going to be frigs and destroyers. Galataki. Do these wrecks have? I'm a little bit concerned about Galataki, though. Nope. Nope. What? Oh, that was the battleship. Last chance for a small hull rep. Remote armor repairer. All right, let's kill this battleship. Okay, Galataki has core scanner probes out. That makes me feel a little bit better about the idea that he's not hunting me. Although that could be a distraction tactic. Misdirection. Yeah, the goal here is to ding 150 million ISK. We started at 43, we're at 58. So that's 15 million ISK in 1 hour of ratting. This hasn't been optimum efficiency. There have been a few distractions. At this rate, we're looking at about 7 hours, but pretty soon we're going to like enter the meditative zone, I think, and just be doing this bang, 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 bang. I need to stop chatting. That's the real thing. I'm streaming, and I'm so excited to have all you guys here with me, and I keep reading chat, answering questions, telling stories, and all of those things are slowing me down and distracting me so that I'm not flying absolutely optimally. Every little thing where I like don't spend 5 seconds in between warping between belts, or where I don't start shooting the wrong thing because I'm busy looking at YouTube chat. Those things, like, they do add up, and they could be a like 10%, a 10% ISK per hour increase overall. I'm going to try not shooting these cruisers this time and see what the incoming DPS looks like. Whoa. The rear admiral got a hit on me there. All right, if I get down to like half armor here, then I'm gonna need to take it seriously. I don't really have any any structure left to play with. I think we're good though. Galataki's still in system. Flying a Helios. Probably not a combat Helios, but I'm not completely writing the idea off. Okay, Ninu, distract me. Tell me what you got going on here. I'm assuming now that this is Ninu's alt here in a PvP Helios in system with me. Double damp Heron Navy. Oh, I like it. Do you even need the damps though? So the Heron Navy, the Kite Heron Navy is great. It's so good. I love that ship. And honestly, like, a lot of things have trouble hitting it in the first place. Like, what are the targets that you're fighting with the Heron Navy where you actually need the damps, right? I guess you're mostly what the damps do is they keep you safe from heated webs. Is that the goal? To damp things down to the point when they can't target you in heated web range? I assume that you wouldn't be able to damp like anything with drones, right? Damps don't keep you safe from drone damage. So if you're not outrunning the drones, then drone ships will still be a problem for you. Right, Nino, I get it. I'm trying to picture the fit in my head right now. Micro warp drive, light missiles, no tank. But you can fly that without damps if you're hunting like frigates that can't hit you out to that range anyways. So I'm just trying to imagine like what ships are causing you trouble if you've already got range control on them, where that you can if you damp them before drones are out. You know, is that true? I thought that if drones were on aggressive, I guess if they don't shoot you even once, like if they never get a target lock on you, their drones won't come for you. I haven't flown damp ships enough to actually know if that works. I assume that you know. You know. You fly a lot more Oh. Okay, so the aggro auto attack doesn't work. Doesn't work if they never get a lock on you in the first place. Bait, venture, insta-lock. On D-scan. That sounds like something that you name your ship when you're not looking to get in a fight. But it also sounds like something that you might name your ship if you were coming to stream snipe me. So I'm going to... Oh wait, I don't want to warp straight to that gate. I'm going to try getting out of system now that there's 2 people in local here. And see if I can't go dock up and repair at that station. However, I am aware that I've been sitting here streaming with my outgate highlighted on my overview this whole time. So the chance that someone may have anchored a bubble over there is non-zero. Now there's 2 people in local. I also know that I could be jumping into a camp on the other side. That venture could be eyes for somebody. But Bill did not get this far by playing it safe. Let's see what we find. Did I set my home station back to Thera? No. Nope, we're safe. Okay. Make a safe. There are 4 stations and 3 other people in local, which means that at the very least, all 4 stations cannot be camped. Let's get off grid before these drone turrets kill us. And then we'll descan the stations to see where we can safely dock up. Okay, no one on this one, and that's not a kick-out station model. So we should be safe to dock up there for a second and repair. Right. All of those, Nino's saying the only issue is that the Heron's target speed range is kind of doo-doo. I fly the probe fleet issue, solo PvP, quite a lot with dual newts, and I absolutely love it. But the targeting speed is a huge problem. And I've flown the kite. Probe fleet as well. And the targeting range then becomes a problem, and that targeting speed, targeting range issue is a big one across all of the Navy exploration frigates. Although, honestly, they're so good, they'd probably be overpowered without that. If they could lock quickly, then it would be a problem. Okay, this feels good. This is setting us back 37,000 ISK on our quest towards 150 million, though. But I think we gotta take it. We want our structure back, and we want to have no heat on our guns in case we end up in another PvP fight. How many ticks have we gotten so far? 3 ticks, 14 million ISK, and another daily goal reward that I need to send out now. I normally wait for a bunch of them to come in and then send them out all at once. But when I ding 150 million here today, I want to have actually dinged 150 million. This is going a bit slower than I expected. And I need to take a quick break just to go to the washroom and have a cigarette because I still smoke in 2024. But I'll be right back. Here I am. Really quick break. I realized I really should have burned an undock bookmark before sitting docked up in this null-sec station on stream, obviously, visibly AFK. But we'll see. We'll see if the station's been camped or not. No, no one's waiting for me. I think it might also be time, because we have no timers, and we've spent an hour out here at Outer Ring. It might be time to head somewhere else. Got to break invul after landing. I have to be in fleet. I'm sorry, I have to fleet myself. And then there'll be like a 10-second session change timer. This could take us anywhere in null-sec. We're using the noise rather than the signal, which means it should take us someplace where there's been minimum activity. Really, Serpentis are the ideal rats for us to be killing, and we've landed in Syndicate. But there are people in local. They're not in the Stargate, and we're in a dead-end system. So we're going to get out of this system. I'm going to pull up Syndicate on Dotlan to figure out where we are. Now, there's quite a few stations around here. Bunch of people in system here as well. Drop a safe. This is much busier than I expected from a noise filament. Although I am happy to be in NPC null with Serpentis rats, because that's pretty much my optimal belt ratting scenario. But I'm going to have to move away from these stations, and I don't think that I want to go back through X-Tac M, which has had kills in it and is actually a fairly busy system, because I've spent a lot of time with Bill out in this area of Syndicate. I think A9D might be my best hope. Except there's a flycatcher. All right. This may not have been the optimal place to have landed. That flycatcher can only be on one of those 4 gates. So let's warp to one of these belts and see if we can get close enough to tell the gates apart on D-scan. Flycatcher is on the 3-1 TAC gate. The A9D gate is empty. We'll go through the A9D and hope that Flycatcher doesn't go on a roam. This seems like a pretty good station for a Flycatcher to camp, a pretty good system for a Flycatcher to camp out in and rat. A9D has people in it too. All right. I can't filament again immediately because I've got the 15-minute timer. So we're going to have to try and navigate a couple of jumps to quieter space. This is like the most active pocket of Syndicate because all of these systems, except for A9D, in this pocket have stations in them. Build ourselves some more safe spots along the way. Okay, so 3-1 TAC is the system that Flycatcher was camping the entrance to from BMN. So we do run the risk that his fleet is actually waiting in 3-1 TAC, but they'd be waiting on the BMN gate, not the A9D gate. And then we're going to try and move on through to 0LT, LSC, and then hopefully we can get some peace and quiet up in that northern pocket if we can navigate just 2 more jumps. Okay, now there's only 1 in local. Alright, it is safe in this system. LSC is clear. One person in LSC. I think once I get up to 10 UZ, things will probably actually be quiet. 10 UZ is far off D-scan from everything. This seems like a decent system to put a drag bubble in. Oh, it's Ishtar on scan. Okay. I was going to say, I definitely can't warp gate to gate with 1 person in local because I've set these pipe systems, Syndicate, drag bubbles myself plenty of times. And this is exactly the kind of system you want to set them up in. So a blind warp to 10 UZ seems quite dangerous, and I can make a safe here. But once I see an Ishtar on D-scan in the center of the system, I can be pretty confident that's not just an unpiloted Ishtar sitting in space, and therefore there's no one waiting for me at 10 UZ. And as predicted, 10 UZ is empty. I'm going to go 1 jump further. Actually, no, I'm not, because those are both dead-end systems. I'm going to try routing 10 UZ. Start getting those ticks flowing again. And see if we can spend some time out here without being interfered with. Our timer for the filament is down to 6 minutes, which means that once we start shooting NPCs and get the 5-minute NPC combat timer, we basically, as soon as our NPC combat timer runs out, we should be able to filament again if we need to. All right, our structure is back to full. I'm going to see if we can't, flying properly, kill this battleship while ignoring the cruisers and avoid taking any structure damage. Because if we have to fully clear each belt in order for our tank to hold, then our ISK per hour is really going to suffer. We're outside of the storm now, though, so we don't have that 10% kinetic penalty. That should help. Thomas Lupton asks in chat, do I have any plans to continue the series after I build the Cynabal? I do have like one or two things that I want to do immediately in the series after I build the Cynabal before I'll probably call the series done. But then once the series actually reaches a conclusion, I am going to step away from Bill for a while. I'll probably take a couple of weeks, maybe even until after Christmas as a vacation from streaming. But in the new year, there will be new things happening on the Tabernouche Interplanetary channel. I actually want to do a short series on a couple of other games. This Tabernouche Interplanetary channel is... The subtitle of the channel is Playing Space Games the Wrong Way. It originally started with me posting videos of Kerbal Space Program. And I might go back to Kerbal Space Program at some point. There's some interesting stuff to do over there. I've had an idea of playing a absolute max difficulty run on Kerbal Space Program, like literally max custom difficulty, where you just set all of the sliders to the maximum gravity, minimum rewards, and see what you can do. That's like a far distant sort of like glimmer in my eye. That's not what I'm going to do next. The other game that I was playing more recently on the channel before I started this series was Star Traders Frontiers, which is it's a more niche game people may not have heard of, but it is an incredible game. Single player, space, sort of open world, procedurally generated. It's got a little bit of a EVE Online roguelike feel to it, actually. And I posted quite a few Star Traders videos on the channel already, and I want to go back and post a couple of Star Traders videos. I was also thinking of starting a very sort of low-key series that I might run in the background while doing other videos, of me just coming up with an idea for a challenge that is portable to any game. A sort of like generalized version of the Corvette to Cynabal challenge. Just sort of generalized to the idea of space piracy, and then just sort of dipping my toes into like a whole bunch of different space games, because I love space games, and trying to see like maybe the challenge is just like hijack a ship, right? Start with nothing, buy nothing, hijack a ship, and then see how it goes trying to do that in Star Traders Frontiers, how it goes trying to do that in No Man's Sky, in Star Citizen, in Elite Dangerous, like the original Elite Dangerous. There's so many space pirate games that I think I might just sort of like very intermittently dip my toe into these different challenges, into these different games, and do a sort of like one episode, one and done version of the challenge in each game. That sounds fun. And I could do another series, like an ongoing series like this one at the same time. I will come back to EVE Online, though. I don't want you to think that this channel is going to wrap up the Building a Cynabal series and then just go on. And if you're here for EVE Online content, I'm just never going to play EVE Online again. I actually have a couple of involved, lengthy series challenge ideas cooking for EVE Online, and I will be back to them before very long. But I haven't haven't decided for sure which one I'm going to tackle first, and I'm pretty sure that it won't be a continuation of building a Cynabal story. I do have an idea, and I do have an idea for carrying Bill's story on in the future of building a Cynabal Part 2, but I'm probably going to do a whole other EVE Online series before I come back to Bill. Bill's going to get a longer vacation than I will. I hope that answers the question. I can't give specific details of what's coming up next because they're all vague ideas in my mind right now. I think I've told you pretty much as I know myself, but there will be more content. Don't worry. Whoa. That was a lot of damage. They're all missing me now, though. I think that was just one big hit from the battleship while I was micro-warp grabbing it on the approach. Capture a null-sec system, upgrade it to build super caps, build the necessary stations, suggests Chris H in the chat for Bill's next step. I'm not sure that's even theoretically possible as a single player, but there is actually shout out to the Kruzak Rule Breaking Bastards, which is a corp that coordinates in our Discord, which is made up entirely of people who are running their own challenges inspired by this one. But what they're doing, the way they're doing it in their corp, is that they're like sharing blueprints and sharing resources with each other, still buying nothing on market, still farming it all themselves. And they've got a number of goals. I'm not sure what their current ultimate goal is. There has been talk of building an Athanor and talk of trying to build a carrier. So if you're interested in... Have I cleared all the belts in here? If you're interested in seeing what it looks like to take this kind of gameplay up to the building stations and building carriers level, there is an in-game community coordinating in the Discord for this channel that is doing just that. On to 9U Tech. Now this is a dead-end station. Oh, sorry, dead-end system. So we're going to need to make a safe for sure. Ideally, we'll have a couple of safes. Because if someone stream sniping does come try and camp me into the system, a filament is going to be my way out. But 10UZ was empty the whole time I was in there. And there's no one in 9U Tech now. So hopefully we at least get enough peace to run the 4 belts. Chris H says he built his super by himself. My question is, did you build the station where you built your super yourself, and did you take the SOV yourself? Because actually getting all of the components to build a super, I mean, that's intense, super intense. But I can see how that would be approached, right? It's the actually creating the circumstances to actually do the construction that seems almost impossible. Although, then again, when I first started this Corvette to Cynabal idea, there were parts of it that seemed possibly literally impossible as well. Moon mining, I was not at all sure when I started this challenge that the ninja moon mining was going to actually work. It ended up being like finding the moons I needed was a bit of a pain in the ass. But once I did, like I got involved in a little bit of PvP on those moons, some of it intentionally. But actually sneaking in and ninja mining those moons wasn't really so hard after all. I've been running my armor repair without realizing it for who knows how long. Yeah, the Metanox moon drills have really changed the equation. That was like a really big difference, and I'm glad that I got most of my moon mining done before that. There are still Athenors out there. I really wish they would add a heist mechanic to the Metanox moon drills. That was probably the second biggest surprise CCP has pulled on me over the course of this challenge. The biggest surprise, of course, being changing the build cost of the Cynabal itself. That was not a happy thing to wake up to the day they implemented that. But we have persevered. I think that's all the belts in the system. So we have to pop back out to 10UZ before we pop over into ENTAC VOD, which is the other dead end system out here. You can't see me using Dotland right now. I'm actually going to quickly check how many belts the systems in this cluster have. Because 4 belts a system is not ideal for ISK per hour. ENTAC VOD has 16. That'll be much better. That should have me camped out in there plenty long enough for a stream sniper to come set up a bubble camp on my outgate. Because it is another dead end system. Oh, good, it's empty. I'm dropping a safe directly from in between the gate and the belt to save time. I'm sure you've noticed that I almost always warp to an anomaly instead of a celestial to drop my safes, because the anomalies move every day. And if your safe is in line between two celestials, you're much easier to find. Someone warping between those celestials they'll see you pop up on their overview if they have the same warp speed as you, or like a multiple of your warp speed. They'll see you pop up on their overview mid-warp, and then they'll know exactly where to combat probe. But realistically, in a situation like this, I'm not hanging out in the system all that long. I'm not too concerned right now about the quality of my safe spots. I just want to have one. And then if I'm being chased, I can actually make stronger safes on the fly. Yeah, I want to say that I'm better at module micro when I'm not watching chat and monologuing at the same time, but honestly, I can't say for sure that that's true. On my main, I spend a lot of time solo PvPing in frigates, and module micro is a big part of that. And I've sort of got it down pat on the fits that I fly on the regular, because I've learned, like, I've stored the triggers for like, this happens, do this, and I do it a little bit automatically. But every time I find myself learning a new fit, I spend a good long time just like mashing all the modules at the wrong time. But I figure that PvP in this game is hard. A lot of the people who you end up fighting when you're doing Frigg PvP, they're going to activate their modules at the wrong time too. So if you run your armor rep when you're at full shields or whatever, that does, that's a disadvantage. That's a disadvantage, but you figure the other guy's going to make a mistake that's at least as big. I don't think it's worth flying 37 kilometers to kill that platoon leader. Yeah, in the slasher PvP videos just a couple of episodes ago, that was like super fun. I really enjoyed doing it, but I had never flown that fit before I started flying it. And the like PvP tryhard in me was cringing a little bit at the things like when I tackled somebody, and then when I tried to activate my scram, I activated my AAR and just burnt through a charge when I was at full shields. That's the sort of thing that you don't want to do. And if I was making a tryhard PvP video where I was like, look how elite I am at frigate solo PvP in a slasher, I'd probably opt not to show the video where I'm running my AAR for absolutely no reason mid-fight. But it's also kind of freeing to be playing with Bill, recording the whole thing, and where anything happens, like, if it happens and it's relevant to the challenge, I'm going to include it, even if it makes me look like an idiot. It is pretty funny to me how in the YouTube comments, there's like a 50-50 split between new players or players who haven't done any PvP being like, oh my god, you're so good at this game, how do I learn to do this stuff? And I'm just like, well, just keep flying, just keep getting in fights and you'll figure it out. And then the people who actually have spent a lot of time PvPing are in that same comment section being like, oh my god, you're so bad at this game. How do you not know how to do this yet? Or how are you still making these kinds of mistakes? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's about right. The ceiling for skill in EVE Online is insanely high. Insanely high. But there's a lot of stuff. All right, I'll reload the guns. There's a lot of stuff that you can learn pretty simply, like basic tactics, basic techniques, which it doesn't take that long to learn. And if you do actually put in the effort of learning like basic PvP strategy, you're already ahead of like 60 to 70% of the field. Why are these belts empty? There we go. 2 battleships. They're 50 kilometers away, though. I am going to do a slight spiral. Not even a spiral. I'm just not going to fly straight at that battleship with my micro warp drive on until I get within about. Yeah, they're still hitting me pretty good. There we go. Lost my shields on those initial approach volleys, but that's better than the previous time I fought this spawn like an hour ago, and I lost my shields and half my armor on the approach. This is a much more secure situation to be in. We're at 66 million ISK. Slow going. We're an hour 40 into actually having undocked, and we've made 23 million ISK. we need to pick up that pace if I don't want to be streaming until midnight. That other rear admiral's hitting me pretty good. Dipped into structure there for a second. But being at 90% structure is better than being at the like 8% I was at before. Can mitigate this damage entirely 100% from the battleships when we're in under 10 kilometers of them. But some of these Serpentis railgun battleships are actually like pretty good at pulling range on you when you're fighting. So when the battleships start side by side, I get an orbit of the one guy, I'm taking no damage, and the guy I'm not shooting pulls away, gets range on me, and then starts hitting me like pretty seriously. Oh, shoot. Need to watch my capacitor. Maybe I should be webbing the battleship that I'm not shooting in those situations in order to slow down him pulling range. That's actually not a terrible idea. Since I don't really need the web on the battleship I'm shooting, because he just sits here and spins. I've let my capacitor get too low. It means I need to pulse my armor rep, which is actually a bit of a problem with these cruisers hitting me. I'd like to get off grid here after killing this battleship without taking any more structure damage than I already have. The guns keep turning off. Okay, wait a second. Something's going on with my guns. They're not auto-cycling. Oh, it's my cap's out. I'm out of cap. Oh, man. I was not paying enough attention to what was going on there. Trying to just get that last shot off on that battleship before warping off grid, and I was running my armor rep permanently in order to tank the damage incoming from those cruisers. I didn't see that my cap got so low that my guns were turning off. I was thinking that I actually was having a problem. Sometimes when you reload your guns, this like really weird thing happens with grouped guns where you reload and they end up with an uneven number of charges in between the guns in the same group, and they won't shoot as a group. So while I was like talking and watching the chat and trying to figure out why my guns weren't working, my instinct was that something weird had happened with my gun group and I wasn't watching my cap. That's a little embarrassing, but that's the same thing I was just talking about is that like the most obvious thing, your hybrid guns turn off when you run out of capacitor. Play the game for 15 years, and sometimes you still forget. What belt was I at? I feel like I was at belt 9. David Janelle, one of those modules my low slot. Those are mag stabs. They've changed the icon on them. I was at belt 9. I can tell because I was actually belt 9, still the nearest celestial to me. Because when I warped, I only had enough cap to warp like 2 feet. Oh, well, they changed the module on them yesterday. Literally yesterday. They changed the icon for the mag stabs in the patch that just came out yesterday. So it's not on you that you're not familiar with them. These Guardian frigates are tackling me. I warped to the wrong belt, and now I've got to kill these guys before I can go kill my battleship. Fortunately, with the micro warp drive, even when those guys web me down, it's no problem. I did have a close call. I did have a close call in a previous Null-sec ratting episode, like 20 or 30 episodes ago, where one of those Guardian frigates tackled my catalyst in a belt, and I was webbed and pointed, and they were holding me at like 12 kilometers, and I couldn't hit them with my blasters, and I couldn't close the range because I had an afterburner. That's why I'm carrying now in my catalyst, I'm carrying these shadow iron charges, which let me hit out to much further range. But I also, now that I have the micro warp drive on my ratting fit, I'm usually able to close range on a frigate like that, even through a web. Yeah, Alex Sierra is asking about my thoughts on the patch and the new ship info window. I hate it too. I try not to be a curmudgeon and hate change for change's sake, so maybe it will grow on me. But I definitely, like the first time I opened it at the start of the stream, I was just like, wait, what's going on here? Why? Why would they change this? Why would they change this? I spent 15 years learning where to look for things, and now they're in completely different... places than they need to be. I'm not sure what the benefit is, but the game is also 20 years old, and you can't just design a UI once and expect it to be perfect forever. The old players have learned the UI, but I don't think CCP is mistaken in wanting to change the UI to make it more accessible to new players, to make it more in line with the sorts of UIs that players are familiar with from other games. Like, I get it. So I try and give all of these UI changes a chance. But yeah, for sure. My first reaction, whenever they change literally anything about the UI, my first reaction is, what the hell? Okay. See, this is that heavy damage on the approach. Is this that same spawn I was fighting before? I almost killed that battleship when I had to leave grid. That's unfortunate. So I'm not going to get that bounty. This looks like the same spawn, I think, except the battleship is fully healed, and it wouldn't have healed all the way up in that time. I don't think it would have healed its hull at all. So it might be the same type of spawn. It's not literally the same spawn. Okay, and that's it. next system. So it's been like 25 minutes, I think, since I routed the belts in 10UZ. I think I can probably run the 10UZ belts again. And there might be new spawns there. Oh, I should also be hitting the Desolate Asteroid belts, actually, in each of these systems. I forgot, every Null-sec system has a Desolate Asteroid belt now, which is a beacon on the overview. And it has spawns just like any other belt. So I should definitely be adding that to my chain. Yeah, we'll try the 10UZ belts. And then I'll pop over to the other side of this pocket. But there are stations over there. So there might be people over there. However, we can always filament again. Yeah, they let you use the old UI for a pretty long time after they brought out Photon UI. Which is nice. It was really nice of them to give the option. But I understand why eventually they don't want to be supporting two UIs forever, right? So they let you use the old UI for like a year after they'd introduced it. That was like the recent big like full UI overhaul. But then eventually they have to be like, no, now it's just this. Now it is Photon UI. And all that happens is that people like me look at the new UI, be like, nope, I'm going to keep using I'm going to keep using the old UI. And then when the switch finally comes, like on the day they remove the old UI for good, I have the exact same experience of like, oh, this is all different. I hate it, as I would have if they just introduced it in the first place. I mean, maybe they've worked out some of the kinks, but even though I know the day when they make these changes non-optional is always incoming, it's not like I spend my time being like, I'm going to play a little bit in the Photon UI and a little bit in the classic UI, so when the day comes, I can make the change more gracefully. No, I just ignore it. I ignore it until I'm forced into it. So it ends up being all the same. Everyone always asks when they make changes like this, like UI changes that aren't gameplay changes, it's like, just put a checkbox so we can keep it the old way. And I mean, I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of that as an option, but from a development standpoint, I understand why each time you add a checkbox, that's one other thing that you have to support when you make all future changes. And it's probably not a great use of developer hours to be spending a lot of time making sure that the like 12 people who are still using the DScan window from 2006, fixing whatever you've broken for them when you roll out a new patch in 2024. 3.3 million. That is an underwhelming tick. Right. The code's still there. So it seems like you could just keep it there, right? But then when they make changes, right? If they introduce something like, for example, they introduced the recon ships that are invisible to D-scan like years ago now, but they're, in terms of the length of the game, that's still a relatively new addition. And if you're supporting multiple D-scans, every time you want to add a new feature like that intersects with the feature you have multiple variants of at all, you have to be like, okay, let's make sure that this didn't break the old D-scan window. Or or they add something that seems like it should be entirely unrelated, like they add a new type of drone, and suddenly the POS interface breaks, right? That's also something that happens when you're dealing with a code base as large and complex as this one. And I understand, why when you're trying to debug whatever new content you've created, you want to not have 1,000 legacy modules that you have to sift through to figure out where the bug's originating from. Yeah, sorry, they've made a change in the patch yesterday to a couple of UI elements. Most notably, this ship info screen. This is completely new. And it throws me off, right? So that got me on a long, unnecessary, 15-minute rant just now about UI changes in general. I can't show you the old DScan UI. That was one that really bothered me when they forced us into the Photon DScan. Oops, that's not who I want to be orbiting. I want to be orbiting this guy. Because DScan, of course, is such a core part of the game experience, especially PvPing, and I had all of this muscle memory for the old DScan UI, and they took it away. And then for a few days in the new DScan UI, it was just when I was hunting someone, they would get away because I wouldn't know how to I would go to set my angle to 5% and it would be in the wrong place or whatever, right? But then within a week I'd learned. I'm running my micro warp drive here because I'm not actually watching what I'm doing because I'm too busy talking about UI changes. No, I was saying at the very start of all this is I try not to be too curmudgeonly about these changes because I know that they're important. And I know that I will adapt. And I know that it's not a great way to live your life, just leaning into your changes bad instincts at all times. But I also respect my emotions enough to accept that when I see a new UI and immediately recoil and be like, this is awful, why did they change it? So I should at least let myself have that moment. I'm running into cat problems again. There we go. In general, I am so happy with the way the development of EVE Online has gone over the last 20 years or 15 years I've been playing. And I'm especially happy with the way that with the updates they've been doing to the game in the last couple of years. I know that there are lots of people who aren't thrilled about Equinox, and I'm not going to stand here and say that Equinox was an amazing patch, but over the last couple of years, just the amount of new content they've been adding to the game and the way they've been making sure they continually rebalance it, it's been fantastic. It's been fantastic. So I'm not going to complain too much about CCP's development practices, especially as there were a couple of years from 2020 to 2023 or 2022 where it was really what the hell are they doing? So I'm pretty happy with what we've got right now. But yeah, the UI changes, I don't always immediately love them. And I do wish that there was a little bit more bug hunting on the test server like they used to do. Bugs are completely understandable, but I do wish some of the more egregious bugs, even if they fix them in the next day's patch, there's no reason they had to go live. Yeah, the test server. It used to be publicly accessible. It was just an alternate Eve server where that got like periodically reset and where you had infinite ISK. And it was like that for, I rarely used it. People would use it for testing out new patches. They use it for like optimizing themselves for the new patches before they went live, which I think is what CCP didn't like, that new sites would drop and the test server tryhards would already have them 100% solved. People also use them for testing PvP fits and such. So they didn't remove the test server. It still exists, but people are very rarely given access to it, only when CCP specifically wants to test something. And then Eve partners, like me now, do get more frequent access to the test server. Like they gave the Eve partners access to the test server for the new patch 1 week in advance of the patch going live. I think so people could prepare themselves for making patch content. That's the idea, right? Is that they want to let the people who are making YouTube videos and streaming and stuff like that have them so that when the patch day goes live, they can like dive right in and be like, here's the new content I'm going to show you, without having to be like, all right, here's the new content. I don't know how it works. Let's figure it out together. I have not used the test server at all since becoming a partner. I don't go onto it and test my fits. I don't go onto it and check out the new content in advance. I understand why they offer that to some of the other partners, but my content is basically, all right, here's the new stuff. I know nothing about it. Let's dive into it and figure it out together. So in fact, with the kind of like making all the mistakes gameplay that my brand is built around, not only would test server testing, I think, be against the spirit of Bill's challenge, it would also be against the spirit of the channel as a whole. But the net result is that when the test server is only available for 1 week before the patch goes live and only available to like 20 or 30 people, bugs that are in the new patch that CCP didn't find internally, there's very few eyes that can find those bugs and submit bug reports before patch day. And so in exchange for not having the new content be pre-solved, we have patch day bugs. ArcT Estimare. The ISK grind, C-Dean, who asked in chat, is going very slowly. We're at 70 million. We started at 43 million. We're targeting 150 million. So we're what? A quarter of the way there? 2 hours in? It's these destroyers again. I need to kill these destroyers before I kill the next battleship. I'm really trying to dig 150 million. I'm really trying to ding 150 million ISK today. But I'll be honest, there is a possibility this ends up being a 2-stream undertaking. Yeah, it would be almost halfway if we'd started at 0, but we started at 43 million. Yeah, these ticks, these 3 and 4 million ticks, we really need those to be 6 and 7 million ISK ticks. If we want to be getting the if you want to be getting the ISK per hour numbers that I was getting when I was recording it, but recording it knowing that I was going to just be like showing highlights, doing a montage. So I'm not watching chat. I'm not keeping up a running monologue. I'm just playing. I get about double the ticks that I have currently. Once we filament again, I might go not radio silent. I'll still be here. You can still watch my lovely mug, but I might try and keep the I might try and tone down the monologue for a bit so I can give my full attention to the ratting and not make those mistakes that get me dipping into structure, and also not make those mistakes that have me wasting time on the approach and in between belts. The last 2 hours of the stream might have a less of a running narration. But I can already tell that here in 9GYL that actually this has been going better. I think our first 9GYL tick is going to be something more respectable. Gotta keep an eye on that Guardian Patroller as well. He's going to tackle me. I'm still not sure about killing these battlecruisers. I've not been killing them the last hour or so when we've landed like 50 kilometers off of them. But when we land close, I feel like it's probably worthwhile. 185,000 ISK. Killing 2 battlecruisers is about half a battleship. Does it take me twice as long to find and kill a battleship as it does to kill these 2 battlecruisers? I'm not sure. I need 150 million total. That's the cost. 150 million is the cost. I'm gonna kill this guy. 150 million is the cost of the life support backup unit blueprint that we need. And that's the last thing. It's the last thing we will ever need to buy in this run. We'll need another incidental. We'll need another incidental couple of million ISK for build costs. I'm not sure what the manufacturing fee on the Cynabal is going to be. Most of the stuff that we've built so far, the manufacturing fee has been pretty incidental, like a couple 100,000 ISK or even a couple of thousand ISK. But I'm pretty sure the manufacturing fee scales with the average market value of what you're building. Although I'm not an industry specialist at all. 2.7 million. I'd done so little industry in Eve before starting this challenge. I actually don't know how the manufacturing fee is actually calculated. I thought that it was based on the average market value of the thing you're building. So the manufacturing fee on the Cynabal could plausibly be orders of magnitude higher than it has been on things like the Catalyst and the Thorax. So I might need a few million ISK for that. But 150 is what I need for the blueprint. And yeah, we're halfway there. We're halfway there from a starting point of 0. But I started this stream today at 43 million ISK. So we're a quarter of the way there for the stream. Okay, damage is becoming an issue here again. Gotta watch my tank more carefully. I need to bounce off grid. 7-2 I'm going to come back to. I'll wrap up and come back and kill that last battleship. Sorry, I was distracted there and almost died because I was interested at this comment from Alex Sierra. You can load your blueprint from assets and ballpark it. It depends on the system. It depends on the system index cost. Okay. Walk me through this. So if I go here to my Cynabal blueprint and I view it in industry. Oh, okay. I see. I didn't realize I could see the job cost estimate on a blueprint when I wasn't in the station, where like when I wasn't actually prepared to build it. Sorry, I'm rambling. I didn't realize that I could remotely view the job cost. So it'll be this modulo a little bit because of the system index of well, if I build in Minar, it'll be that almost exactly. So 500,000. That is not bad at all. That's nice because I had been wondering if that was going to be like several million ISK. So I don't remember what belt we were at. I think we were at the last belt. 7-2. Reload the guns. See, this is great information here from chat. This is great information here from chat, as long as it doesn't kill me while I'm reading it. Yeah, this is our belt. It makes me wonder. I could also... Oh, okay, so that preview is showing me... I want to make sure I can see my hit points. So that preview is showing me based on the system I'm currently in, not based on the system that the blueprint's in. Okay, that's an important distinction. But it means I can check out that the cost on building my auto integrity preservation seals, and thus presumably also my life support backup units, will be just tens of thousands of ISK. Okay, that's good then. Yeah, so I can set aside a couple of million ISK for manufacturing fees, and that should be it. 150 million ISK to buy the life support backup unit blueprint. A couple of million ISK max to pay the manufacturing surcharges. And then I can't think of anything else that we need to spend ISK on for this whole run. Unless, actually, no, wait, there's one other thing. There are those loyalty points that I still have with the Malachim Zealots. The 31,000 Malachim Zealots loyalty points that I haven't spent yet. If I do want to turn those loyalty points in for implants or something, or anything for that matter, almost everything you can turn in loyalty points for comes with an ISK cost as well. Actually, maybe implants are the one thing. Hardwirings? Do hardwirings have an ISK cost? Or is it just loyalty points? I'll have to look at the loyalty point store and see what it is that I want to spend those loyalty points on and see if there's any ISK cost associated. It's usually relatively small, although it was 57 million ISK for the net resonators. I don't think it'll be worthwhile to seriously extend the ISK grind in order to get better hardwirings. So if the implants I want to buy, John Blah says they do have an ISK cost. If the implants I want to buy with my loyalty points are going to cost tens of millions of ISK in cost on top of the loyalty point cost, then I'll probably just choose to spend my loyalty points on something else rather than go out and grind ISK yet again. So then that's really it. That's really it. Other than those three things, the blueprint that I have to buy, the manufacturing costs I'll have to pay, and the loyalty point redemption fees that I might want to pay. Nothing else between here and Zarzak should cost us a single ISK. I don't think I'm forgetting any incidental ISK costs. I really don't. There's actually a gate fee that you have to pay to jump into Zarzak, but I'm pretty sure that's only if you're not a member of the pirate militia. So we should be exempt from that. It would be pretty funny though if we built the Cynabal. If I built the Cynabal, had my wallet sitting at like 0 ISK, got to the Zarzak gate, went to jump into Zarzak, and then it was like, you have to pay 60,000 ISK to use this gate, and I didn't have it on me. But no, chat is confirming that the pirate militias, as I thought, don't pay that ISK fee. Akazukim. In an Astro. An Astro could for sure kill me. A good kite Astro would have no problem soloing a Blaster Catalyst. Even a Blaster Catalyst with a Dead Space Mecha Warp Drive. The vast majority of Astros in Null-sec are not PvP fit. And Astros do have a decloak locking delay, but this thing does not insta-align. So I'm definitely a little bit paranoid while I see an Astro on scan. But I'm not scared enough to stop ratting. I'm just ready to warp out, and he's gone. Okay, we got 3 more belts, and I'm going to try and remember to hit the Desolate Asteroid belt as well this time before we leave the system. Then after this system, there's one more in this pocket, VLGD Tech, which does have a station in it. So it might have people in it. It might not look like an optimal place to rat. If it's mostly empty, then I'll run VLGD. And then rather than trying to navigate all the way back out of this little cluster, I think we're going to filament again. Before the next round of stream snipers can find their way over here. This is nice. 1.5 million ISK of battleships here in the Desolate Asteroid Belt. This is definitely worth popping into. Yeah, so there's a whole thing in chat going on here about the Astro. the Astro's kind of a funny ship. The biggest reason for new players to get into an Astro is because the skill requirements for it are lower than for a Cov Ops. Or if you're trying to explore and avoid combat and just like run your relic and data sites, a Cov Op ship is pretty much strictly better than an Astro. It's got better scan bonus, it's cheaper. You should just use a Cov Ops. Because your goal is to avoid combat. If you get caught in PvP, most things that can kill a buzzard are also going to be able to kill an Astro, because you can't fit an optimal PvP tank at the same time as you fit all of your exploration modules. Right? You can't fit it. Sorry, you have to fit for PvP or for exploration. There's not really such a thing as a good Astro PvP fit that also has a relic analyzer on it. However, the Astro is a good ship to fly if you just want to be hunting explorers, right? And sure, you can carry your analyzers in cargo with a mobile depot, and you can swap back and forth depending on whether there are other explorers in local or not, between whether you're PvP fit or exploration fit. So it's totally reasonable as a hunting ship. But despite its tank bonuses and despite its drones, it's never really advisable to fly the Astro because you think it's going to die less easily than a buzzard would die. Right? Your defense, whether you're in an Astro or a buzzard or a heron, your defense against a hunter, if you're not PvP fit, is not getting tackled. And the Astro is not any better, arguably worse than a Cov Ops at not getting tackled. Okay, I've forgotten what I'm doing here. I think it's time to go to VLGD Tech. Sorry, I got so caught up in the Astro conversation going on in chat that I completely forgot where I was in my routing plan. Exploration PvP is very much up my alley. But when I want to be exploring and PvPing, the ship that I actually fly is a pacifier. And I fly it PvP fit, and I keep my analyzers in cargo. And if I end up not being able to find any good targets, then sometimes I'll refit the analyzers and run some sites. But that ship is mostly built as a PvP ship. If on the rare occasions that I find myself actually setting out looking to just run some sites, which I haven't really done in years. Yeah, I saw the Manticore, and I'm actually a little bit concerned they might have seen where I warped to. I don't think I'm going to rat on the system now that I know there's a Manticore in it. Yeah, pacifiers are an investment too. I would not recommend a pacifier as your exploration ship if you're actually looking to explore for risk. I fly a pacifier because when I am scanning sites, I'm scanning sites looking for PvP, and my main has a ton of money, and pacifiers are super fun. There's no recommendation for it at all, really, unless you just want to fly it because it's a sexy ship. As I was about to say, when I set out to actually do exploration for its own sake, which I rarely do, but when I do, I'm gonna fly a cheetah every single time. It's the best ship for the job. Okay, we have a 2-minute log off timer here, and I don't want to rattle the system. I want to filament out of here. So I'm actually scoping out the stations right now. But this time I am going to burn myself an undock bookmark. Because I'm going to go AFK for just like 3 minutes again. And then as soon as I come back, we're going to filament out. But I'd like to not come back to being camped into the station. Oh yeah, the metamorphosis. The metamorphosis is incredible. If you were if you're really looking for like the top tier exploration ship, it's probably that on the frigate level. But they're super expensive too. I have not flown a PvP metamorphosis yet. But I'll tell you, the ones that I've seen, the fits that I've played around with are pretty incredible. I really need to get one on my main sometime soon. Because that seems like an amazingly fun ship to fly. I'm going to heat my micro warp drive for faster undock burning, since we can dock back up and repair it immediately. I will say I've killed a couple of metamorphoses in my super sneaky explorer hunting nemesis with with the triple warp scram. That's a when I see a metamorphosis, that's what I do. I hop in a triple warp scram nemesis. And really, that's a rude surprise for a metamorphosis pilot who's used to being pinned down by literally nothing. But I do think that a properly PvP fit metamorphosis actually probably could solo my triple scram. In fact, almost certainly could solo my triple scram nemesis. What's my playtime been split between Macagon and Bill since starting the challenge? I would say 95% Bill, and even that might be a low estimate. Yeah, when the Metamorphosis first dropped, I was like, oh, all of those years of venture sniping, all of those years of hunting ventures has prepared me for this moment. I didn't know I was training for this. But if you know how to kill a venture, you know how to kill a metamorphosis. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. I am asking you, please do not come camp me into the VLGD TAC-R Syndicate Academy. But if you do, then I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, and I'm back. I did actually wear pants, which I'll confess is not something I'm always doing when I'm recording videos, but it did occur to me that I might be getting up from my seat while on camera today. There's only 2 people in local now, and they're both docked here with me. So we should be safe unless they're docked and prepared to undock as soon as I do. Which means also, unless they undock in a interdictor, guaranteed to get off grid safely. It's filament time. I have to wait till I land and then break invuln before again. You have a like 10-second invulnerability timer. Nobody can target you or anything after you've warped. It's invisible. It's invisible. As soon as you start moving, it breaks it. And you can't filament while that timer's active. Okay, I'm in Immensi, in Goon Swarm space. I'll be popping up on intel channels immediately. I'm going to get out of this system and see if we can find a unoccupied system as soon as possible. I'm going to look up on Dotlan where we're at, see what the area looks like. I think goons are still more active in their space than usual. Because it's still relatively new after their move up. They're still settling in. So taking... Oh, actually, this was the wrong gate to take. Looking at Dotland now. No, I don't want to work to the SS. I want to go back to the gate. I realized coming into 4DV1T... This puts me in a chain of 4 dead-end systems, which is absolutely the kind of space where ratters will be active. And the ratters themselves probably won't hunt me. But if I'm flying in their... If I'm flying around in their pocket, then I will definitely... Oh. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. Oh, wait. Okay. I was going to say I'm going to fly back out of this pocket. And rat in a different part of space. But now this pocket's empty. However, this pocket also has no belts in it. I'm going to have to fly a few jumps to find belts. I forgot they removed like all the belts from the southeast. So I may need to filament again sooner than later. I don't want to warp straight to the gate. There's 12 belts over in BTAC R. Gotta check activity. Yeah, BTAC R has been busy. This is not an optimal area of space for what I'm trying to do right now. But we still have 8 more filaments. I'm going to get over to BTAC-R and see if I can't get some routing done in the 11 minutes before we can filament again. And then we'll roll the dice one more time. Yeah, sorry, I was like half on .lan, half on chat, and there was no half left for actually playing the game. So I was really just flailing around there for a minute with my D-scan on 5%, jumping gates by accident. I didn't pay the price for it though. $16 people in local here. That does make me feel like BTAC-R is probably not going to be a place where I can get much peace. But I can give it a shot. $10 in local here, with a bunch of mobile tractor units out. Oh yeah, Taidanamaki. Oh wow. That's a lot of stuff on D-scan. I think I am in danger of being hunted, but we're gonna go lay eyes in the Titan graveyard. Nonetheless, I'm not gonna rat here though. I'm not gonna rat here with a Proteus, a Vargar, a Slepter, as our Nitra and a Stormbringer on D-scan. Here we are. At the BR TAC Titan Graveyard. The remnants of a famous major player battle that has been memorialized with this permanent site. I don't see any combat scanner probes on scan yet, but there's more stuff popping up on D-scan every minute. I'm not sure I'm going to safely get out of the system. I'm going to go try and put eyes on the gate, but there's only one gate out of here. And if they've camped it, then I may have to be prepared to just bounce safes until I can filament again. Yeah, there's a malediction on the gate out now. Where are the combat scanner probes? I'm going to say hi in local. Phoenix Navy issue. Bunch of Stormbringers. 6 minutes left on our timer. Malediction and Wolf on the gate now. These three safes are in a line with each other, which is not optimal. So I'm going to go make another safe over in this direction. I need to avoid getting shot at by any NPCs, because my filament timer is down to 5 minutes now. So if I get shot by any NPCs, I'll get a 5-minute NPC timer, which will also prevent me from filamenting, and thus push back my escape time again. So I'm going to warp back over to my safe near the gate, drop another out-of-line bookmark. I'm pretty safe from being caught with combat scanner probes, as long as I keep moving and keep dropping new safes. No one's got probes out yet. I want to descan this gate one more time. There's a Legion on now. I say even if there was no one on this gate at this point, I don't think I'd feel safe going through it, because the chances of there being an interdictor on the other side by now are too high. 4 minutes left. I'm going back to Tatanamaki to take another look. Since we're here, get a good screenshot, right? No danger in turning off the UI for a second. Here in BR Tech, with like 15 goons in Stormbringers, Interceptors, and T3s. Yeah, slight danger in turning off the UI. Malediction landed and started burning at me. Good thing I aligned out before I turned the UI off. If he'd had an abyssal point, I would have been pointed there at 46 kilometers. And I'm glad that he didn't actually like target me and start shooting at me, because that would have reset my timer to 15 minutes. Yeah, Ninu, I do that. I like that trick too. The problem with doing that in a destroyer is that even with my micro warp drive on, I'm only going 1800 meters per second. So they'll land like pretty far off of me. But the micro warp drive makes you easier to combat probe, and the chances of somebody landing on me are too high. Like if you're aligned out, then you can get off grid very easily. But I'm a little bit concerned about a good prober finding me, warping to me in a interceptor with a faction point. And at 1800 meters per second, by the time they land on me, I might only be 40 kilometers away. So I'll have to be really on the ball, hitting my warp out, even aligned, to get off grid from them. in a frigate that goes like 4 kilometers per second with micro warp drive, I feel quite safe micro warp driving at a safe spot. Yeah, no, you will. You're totally right. It is completely safe if you are watching your screen and ready to warp out. It's just that you need to have the amount of time that you have once that malediction appears on overview before you need to be clicking warp is like maybe 4 seconds, which is plenty of time to do it if you're pre-aligned. But it's still like that is, you have to be on the ball, right? You have to be on the ball. I think that if I'm going to have to be ready to be doing constant inputs anyways, I am safer bouncing between safes and just never staying in one place, as I'm doing now. And I've just dropped another new safe that they definitely can't have scanned down. I've been on 5%. I haven't been watching my combat scanner probes. So I'm going to go to my new safe, and my timer is at 3, 2, 1. And as soon as I land at my new safe, I will filament out again and hope that we don't land in quite so popular an area of space this time. So they're saying bye to me in local, which leads me to believe quite cleverly that those people recognized that it was me, discovered that I was streaming, and were watching the stream, seeing me say that I was just about to leave. Yeah, there they are. Which also actually is interesting because it adds another element of stream sniping that hadn't really occurred to me, which is that if someone is actively hunting me, it's a mercenary den. If someone is actively hunting me and is on my stream, then they can actually see where I'm dropping my safe spots, which means that they could potentially put their probes in exactly the right part of the system, even without seeing me on D-scan. Mercenary Den. This is brand new content. I don't know if these battleships here are related to this mercenary den or if they just spawned due to the Skyhook. But I think I'm going to try and kill them. If we get some new absurd mercenary den spawn, then this could be the end of the stream. Cal Miner of the Initiative has popped in the system. We're in Fountain now. This is Initiative Space, right? Yeah. But we just filamented, so he can't have come here looking for me. I think we're safe to try and kill these battleships. On the Skyhook. That's like several million ISK in bounties right here. I'm going to do it even with Kali Miner in system and just be pounding D-scan. I may want to kill these frigates, though. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spent any time at Skyhooks since they were added. Do these rat spawns naturally occur at Skyhooks, or is this related to the mercenary den? I have no idea. I have no idea even how these mercenary dens work. The Deathless Circle has developed an open source facility known throughout the cluster as a mercenary den. Allegedly designed as a hub for Upwell clones. To rest and relax, they have quickly become congregating places for mercenaries. That matches the name. Is this like a roll your own anomaly? I really should have read the patch notes. Mercenaries can only sustain themselves when linked to a nearby temperate planet Skyhook. Okay. Can I interact with that den in some way? Okay. Well, I guess we're going to clear this. I killed the frigates because I got tired of them shooting me. We're going to kill these 2 battleships for the bounty. And then I guess we'll find out if another wave spawns, whether we're running Mercenary Den content or not. Because I have no idea. I only came here in the first place because when we filamented in, we landed like 14,000 kilometers off of the Skyhook, and we could see these 3 battleships on grid with us. And so I was like, well, I can't turn down that bounty. It's basically like an optimal belt spawn. It does make me wonder if I should be putting Skyhooks then. Huh. Alright. Luxembourg in chat is saying that rats auto-spawn at all Skyhooks. Well, since we're out in Sov Null, and a lot of these systems don't have many belts, maybe I'll try bouncing between Skyhooks? Looking for NPCs. I did not know that NPCs had belt spawns. That Skyhooks had belt spawns. Because if each of these Skyhooks has 3... If each of these Skyhooks has 3 battleships at it, that's going to be a really efficient way to potentially get spawns. I don't know how to keep track of which Skyhooks I've been to, though. I guess I could do it like this. Sort them by name. And then... Okay, yeah, no further spawn. Let's try another Skyhook and see if they all have rats at them. Just because rats can spawn there doesn't necessarily mean that they will all have rats. but it's definitely worth checking out. Oh, look at this! All right. All right, my friends. We've developed a whole new tactic. This is looking really promising. I think I'm going to have to kill these 3 cruisers first, though, because I think they'll apply to me too well for me to leave them on grid while I take out those 3 battleships. I've got a little bit of a D-scan. Oh, no, it's fine. Vexor Navy issue. Probably a routing ship. Especially because the guys just got it with its default name. It's not a new player. He could be leaving it its default name in order to lull me into a false sense of security. So we will be cognizant of the possibility that he's going to come hunting me. And now there's someone else in local. Also with the initiative. Things are getting a little bit spicy. He's in a capsule, though. I'm going to keep ratting. The ISK efficiency, the potential ISK efficiency of these Skyhooks as a ratting location is so intriguing. I know we're only on our second one right now, but I'm really curious to see what our first tick's going to look like for 7BIX. I feel like we're going to get like 2 to 3 times the ticks that we were getting in our belt ratting out and outer ring. Yeah, I'm aware, Luxembourg. I'm aware that a NIT is likely to actually send something for me once they see me in their intel channels. But I don't think the guy here in his Vexor Navy issue and the guy who just went through in his capsule are going to be the ones who kill me. I will be on high alert once I see some new players who've had time to come to the system after I appeared in their intel channels. When those people start showing up, then I'm going to be ready to bounce. Okay, I need to get off grid and let my cap recharge. Yeah, my D-scan, actually, I should probably take the moon drills off of my... Okay, just a second. I should take the moon drills off of my D-scan tab. They were on there because I was being very confused by the lack of Athenors during my last moon mining episode. And then I added them, never took them back off. I do like having Athenors on my default D-scan because that's pretty important intel, having which citadels are in system and where they are when you're trying to avoid people or hunt them. But I usually try and keep what's on my D-scan by default to less than a full page. And then it's just ships and bubbles and probes. All right, I'm not going to go back to that same Skyhook. So I'm curious to see if they all have those triple battleship spawns. if I do this more efficiently next time, I could have killed that spawn without leaving grid. I was just micro-warp driving around inefficiently and not watching my cap. Okay, so they don't all have 3 battleships. It seems like this is starting to look like they have pretty typical belt spawns. And those first 2 spawns were just very lucky. We're in negative 0.6 space right now, which means the spawns are going to be better than they were in the negative 0.1 space that we were ratting in Outer Ring. Is this the one? This is the one that I initially landed at? And what's that? A ship just warped in. An NPC just warped in that's not on my overview. Although maybe that was just a visual effect of the Skyhook and not actually an NPC. Oh, I shouldn't have warped this at 100. I'll just bounce off and back. I want to kill those 3 battleships. I will need to focus the Guardians first, though. Oh no, they are just really far off. You're damping me. Incoming damage is high. But I had to kill those Guardians, because they actually do pretty decent DPS as well. And now I should be able to get in a tight orbit of these guys. And we should be fine. My system's lagging a little bit now. I got distracted for a second there because I was checking my memory usage. My system resource monitor seems to be fine. I was having some FPS, I was having some like frame drops there. Nothing to be too worried about though. Yeah, and YouTube saying not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Viewers will experience buffering. We may have to break the stream for a minute soon, and we'll try and sort out these technical difficulties. I don't know why my FPS has dropped so low. Okay, well, I'm glad that the warning I'm getting on YouTube that the stream is buffering because of low data isn't actually interfering with the stream being viewed. So I'm not going to worry about it imminently, but I will take a moment and restart the game client and check my system resources before we filament again. For now, though, this is going so well. I don't want to interrupt what I think is shaping up to be a top-notch tick. Yeah, no, I will check and see if something's... So I've actually been recording this whole thing to hard drive as well, and we're at 34 gigs from the video. But there's still plenty of space, and usually I don't have problems with like memory leaks or anything. But you know, all OSs misbehave. I am on Linux, not Windows, which is usually a little bit more well-behaved with this kind of thing, but Linux software is not immune to memory leaks or memory hogging. Anyone who's used Chrome on Linux will tell you that. Kali Minor left system. So now we have the system all to ourselves, which really makes me inclined to keep chaining these Skyhook battleships. We can get a glamour shot for the edit montage while we're alone in system. First time ratting at a Skyhook over a storm planet. This is a real, like, unforeseen bounty, this Skyhook realization, especially with all the areas of Null-sec that have so few belts. To learn something new every day. Like, I really do. That's one of the things that amazes me about this game, is how much I've played it for how long. And how almost every play session, there's still something new where I'm like, I didn't know about that. Pulling the UI back up to make sure we're still alone. We'll go back into the no UI view for the explosion. Okay, where are we? Oh, do we just get a... Oh, 5.2 million. That's not terrible, but I thought we were going to get more than that. I feel like we killed more battleships than that, although I'm just now noticing that this is also only a 100%, 108% bounty risk modifier system. Most of the systems we've been flying in have been 150 to 160%. So our 5 million ISK tick here would have been a 7.5 million would have been a 7.5 million ISK tick over in one of those other systems. Okay, here's one of those 1.8 million ISK battleships with two Guardian frigates as wingmen. So we'll kill this guy. It does make me wonder, though, if we shouldn't take our new Skyhook ratting intelligence and try and find a system with a better bounty modifier. Oh yeah, the ESS payout as well. That's right. I so rarely rat in Sovnal. I forgot that the ESS was stealing part of my ISK. $3.45 million in the main bank. Does that all come to me? That whole 3.45 million comes to me, but only if I'm here in an hour and a half? Is that how it works? I only really am familiar with ESSs from the robbing them side of things. I've never actually interacted with an ESS as a ratter. And I can't go claim the ISK myself, right? Because I'm in a destroyer, so I can't go into the ESS grid. That's a little frustrating. So wait, if I leave system... Okay, if I leave system and no one comes and loots it, I'll get the ISK, even if I'm not in system when it pays out, right? Okay, that's not so bad. So that 5 million ISK tick we got has another 3.5 million waiting. And this area of space seems quiet enough that there seems like a pretty good chance that we'll get it. Yeah, so this guy took a while to kill. That's what I was saying at the start of the stream about I sometimes wonder if those 1.9 million ISK battleships are even worth killing for me, because it takes me more than twice as long to kill them than it does to kill the 1.2 million ISK battleship because of how high their active tank is. That said, I think that once you're on grid with it, it is worth killing it when you consider the time it takes to find your next battleship. So this is the same guy again, and we're going to do it. Now these are regular frigates rather than the elite frigates, so I think I can probably just tank them and not waste my time killing them. Yeah, between the Skyhooks and the 5 belts and the Desolate Asteroid belt that we haven't even checked out yet, this system is being really good to us. It is a shame. It's a shame that the bounty payout's so low. That the bounty modifier is so low. I haven't even looked yet on Dotland to see what the systems around us look like. Because we filamented here, landed on a Skyhook, and then just immediately got into it. Yeah, we're in a little like cluster of 6 systems that are sort of isolated from the rest of Fountain right now. There's nobody riding in here with us today, at least since that Vexor Navy issue left. But I can see why these systems would generally... I can see why these systems would generally be sort of Ratter's paradise among initiative folks. Okay, now let's still do the last couple of Skyhooks. So why the Cynabal? The Cynabal is not the strongest of the pirate navy cruisers, not by a long shot. Its special bonus that each of the pirate navy cruisers, each of the pirate navy ship lines gets a bonus that you basically can't find in any other ship. And the special bonus that the Cynabal and the Angel ship line in general gets is warp speed, which is really cool, really good for hunting. But once you're actually engaged in combat with somebody, a warp speed bonus doesn't help you at all. So in fact, the Cynabal ships with their projectile bonuses, the Angel ships with their projectile bonuses fly very similarly to like a Navy Minmatar ship. Flying a Dromule is not really that different from flying a Firetail. Dromule is just a little bit more pushed. But I love flying Minmatar ships. And a Cynabal being like a slightly better stabber is pretty appealing to me, since the stabber is one of my very favorite cruisers. The real reason that I chose the Cynabal for the challenge, though, isn't really because I wanted to be flying a Cynabal. It's because the fact that there are epic arcs for the Angels and the Garistas seemed like a really good flavor win, and also a guaranteed way to get a blueprint. So I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to choose either Angels or Garistas, so that I can run the epic arc sort of early on in the challenge, and then have my blueprint on lock. And then between the Cynabal and the Gila, I don't really love drone boats in general. And the Garista ship line, they are so strong, but they're also like so heavily used. And there's something in my brain that if everyone's using a ship, I don't want to use it, right? I've always got to be the like weird one, the rebel. So I was not interested in choosing a Gila as the target of the adventure, just because the Gila doesn't excite me as a player, whereas the Cynabal kind of does. That's really all it came down to. Did I see the upgrade Stabber Fleet issue? Says Ninu, did they change? Did they balance the Stabber Fleet? I did not see that. Is that just like in this most recent patch? I love me a Stabber Fleet, although the Stabber Fleet is really a super Rupture, right? It flies a lot more like the Rupture than it does like a Stabber, but it's still a super fun ship. I fly them polarized. What did they add? What did they do to it? This is relevant to my interests. Oh. They added... They added a fall-off bonus. That's interesting. I usually fly my Stabber Fleet issue, like I said, polarized. So I'm using hail and right up in the face of who I'm trying to kill. But a fall-off bonus adds some interesting fitting options. Was that it? Just the fall-off bonus, or were there any more changes to it? It's still a bit slow though, right? Like it's slower than a basic T1 stabber. Yeah, okay, slower than a stabber, but then pretty much everything is slower than a stabber. So my last tick was at 1827. So my next tick should be at 1847, which is 7 minutes from now. So someone new has shown up in local. And someone new has shown up in local after I've been here for plenty of time for me to be on Intel channels or for me to be stream sniped. Still feeling reckless, so I'm going to keep ratting for a minute. And see if they leave system, if they're just passing through. Oh, cucumber roll. With the good idea in chat. Why not run the epic arc again for the ISK? How much ISK is the epic arc in total? I was just thinking that actually I probably can't keep streaming for another 4 hours today, as I would probably need to actually ding the 150 million ISK. So I was just thinking that I might need to split this into 2 streams. And maybe I'm at the point right now where it's getting close to where I could just get the rest of the way there by running the epic arc again. That's an intriguing idea. Would you guys watch an epic arc in a blinged out Catalyst stream? It would be fun to revisit it after having run it the first time in that terrible Metafit Thrasher, not to malign Angela's good name. Interesting. 65 million would put us across the line. All right, guys, I'm calling it. That is the plan. That's the plan. We're going to rat a little bit more today. We're not quite done yet, but we're not going to make 150 today. We've made pretty good progress, though. We're going to get like 50 million out of the 107 that we set out to get on this stream here today, despite despite how badly I've been flying. And then we can do the rest in a straight through blitz of Angel Sound. Oh, I love it. This is a great idea. Thank you, Stevel Genius. DJ Stevel Genius. Plotting out my series for me. Marianus is still just sitting here in local. Stuart McFarlane, not the first one to ask today, what are those things in my low slots? Those, my friend, are magnetic field stabilizers. There was a patch yesterday which changed the icons of a bunch of modules. It confused me too when I first boarded this ship. Someone else in local. We're on our last belt. Okay, so Marianus left. Nelson Rockefeller came in, or Rockbreaker came in. He's in a Helios named Astro. Could be a tackle Helios. But like I said, I think we're on the last belt. Oh, he left, okay. I want to clear this belt before we give up on the system. Yeah, Cucumber Roll says, imagine playing with passive slots visible. I don't have passive slots visible on my main, but I realized early on in this series that I'm changing my fits so often, and I'm using such different ships all the time, and such weird fits sometimes, that it's really useful for me to have a visual reminder of what fit I'm flying. Also, the other reason to keep them visible is because you can see heat damage on them, right? And for sure, it's happened to me that I've been flying a PvP ship and I've been heating my point and heating my micro warp drive, and then I don't notice that I've burnt out my medium shield extender because I don't have passive slots visible on my HUD. Playing as Bill and seeing the heat damage on my passive slots has definitely made me reconsider making them visible on my main. Because when you burn out something like a damage control or a medium shield extender, it's useful to know it immediately. Another new person in local. one of these people is eventually going to come hunt us. Yeah, we got a 5.8 million tick, and another like 4 million went into the ESS. So if the initiative doesn't rob their own ESS to deny me that income, it's effectively like a 10 million ISK tick that I just got. Even in a 108% bounty modifier system. Okay, Desolate Belt. ESS robbing is allowed, but I can't rob an ESS in a destroyer. You have to be in a cruiser or larger. And also, I'm not 100% confident that this ship is ever going to make it back to Empire space. So the ESS loot that I get may not ever turn into ISK. Okay, we've emptied out this system. That was a very effective ratting tour here in 7BIX. I'm going to pop over to TU Tech. And see what things look like over there. Seems a little too high risk to try and kill these battleships on the gate, where someone can just appear on grid with me at a moment's notice. All right, let's start the Skyhook tour. This is my new thing. Skyhook ratting. And I just hope that guy who was over in 7B isn't immediately going to rob the ESS as soon as I leave. No, this spawn isn't worth flying 80 kilometers for. Well, the last system had much better ESS spawns than this one does. The bounty risk modifier is better over here, though. Like 25%. That's actually a pretty substantial difference. Here we go. Are they on the other side of the Skyhook? Yeah, I'm gonna have to fly around the Skyhook to get to them. What do you think? Do I just go straight for the battleship? I think it's more ISK efficient not to kill those cruisers. But my tank's been tested a few times today. I'm going to try and just kill the battleship. this whole thing would be way easier, like way more brainless, if I had dropped one mag stab for a damage control. The armor resistance bonus that damage control gives you, in addition to the, you know, structure bonus, which is its main deal, is actually really substantial in a situation like this. If I had a damage control instead of the second mag stab, I would probably not have dipped into structure even once. But the extra DPS from that second mag stab, it's just ISK, right? The big limit of how much ISK I'm going to earn here is how fast I can chew through the tanks of these high bounty battleships. And the extra like 18% damage that this mag stab gives me makes a huge difference on that front. Right. DPS and warp speed are the two things that limit my ISK per hour, which is why the ship is also fit with two hyperspatials, because I realized early on that anything I do to speed up my time between belts was actually going to have a really substantial impact on my earnings. Yeah, I considered 3 T2 hypers, but having that one Tech 2 damage mod, I don't know. It's a balancing act, because both warp speed and DPS play a huge role in determining our ISK per hour here. I'm really loving this Skyhook ratting, by the way. Although I have noticed that even when I warp to 0 on a Skyhook, because they're like their zero distance size is so large that depending on what direction I warp in from, I can land up to 100 kilometers away from the spawn. So this would not be efficient ISK per hour ratting if I was flying an afterburner catalyst, for example. Oh, but look at this. I've got this one Guardian Protector I need to deal with. And then 1.4 million, 1.8 million, 1.8 million. That's like this spawn here, these 3 battleships. That is a like super nice tick all in one spot. Whoa. Although, yeah, I need to get my transversal up for a second. Can't fly straight at those 3 battleships with your micro warp drive on. Whoa. That was not okay. I might actually need to leave grid. I'm in structure already, and I'm not sure if I can mitigate this damage. If I heat my armor up for a second, they shouldn't be hitting me really right now. Yeah, okay. We stabilized. Oh man. That was one more volley like that one I took. And that would have been the end. That would have been the end of Fiona. Easy to get reckless. I've been burning in with those battleships all day, and I've been like, I can take one volley, they eat my shields, and then I get in close and stabilize. But these are high tier battleship NPCs. And oh man. And a volley from all three of them at once is a whole different story. It was very close. But man, this 1.8 million X bounty per battleship times 124.6%. This is a good potential payout for the risk I just took. So we're currently sitting at 94.6 million ISK. Our goal when we started out today was to ding 150. We're not going to do that. But I've had the very, very good suggestion from chat that in 3 months have passed, we can run the Epic Arc again. When you run the Epic Arc, there's a 3-month timer, and then you can do the whole thing again. That applies to all of the Epic Arcs. And it has been like 10 months, 11 months since we last ran Angel Sound. So that's how we're going to get the last of our ISK. Is that this stream is going to get us within Angel Sound range of our 150 million ISK goal. And then we'll run the Epic Arc, showing off how much easier it should hopefully be with the ships that we have available to us now and the skills that we've developed over this last year. And the rewards from that Epic Arc are about 65 million ISK, people were saying, and that tracks with my memory of doing it the first time. It got us most of the way to the Thorax BPO. And this time, it should get us across the line to our life support backup unit blueprint. So we're nearing the end of this stream today. I want to ding 100 million. Nice round number. Nice round number before I call it for the 1-year anniversary stream, Wednesday, November 13th. But this has been super fun. When I go back and run Angel Sound, which will probably be next week, in order to finally push us across the ISK line for good, for real, I think I'm going to stream it again. So if you've enjoyed hanging out with me today, keep an eye on the Discord, because that's for sure where I will announce the upcoming stream. I've let my cap run out again while chatting at you. But yeah, keep an eye on the Discord, because that's where I'll announce the upcoming stream time. And then we can all hang out again one last time before I really do build the Cynabal and go to Zarzak. I think that there's, like, honestly, realistically, if we're talking about how close we are to the finish line, there's this. This today got us to 100 million. Running the Epic Arc will be maybe 1, maybe 2 streams or episodes. And that's fun. That's a great way to wrap out the series. I love this idea so much. And then that's going to get us across the line to buy our last blueprint. And then the very next episode after that, realistically, is going to be actually building the Cynabal. And then the episode after that will be flying to Zarzak. And that's it. That's how close we are. After this, we're looking at, I think, 3 more episodes before we call it a wrap on this grand adventure. Then there will be at least 1 epilogue episode that's sort of outside the constraints of the series. I still won't be buying any things on the market, but there are a couple of things that I do want to do that haven't made sense to do while we're working under the challenge rules towards the Cynabal. And once we actually complete the challenge and the shackles of the rules are a little bit less restrictive. Specifically, I'd like to fly with some people. So there will probably be like 1 episode of me actually flying with a couple of people from the community post Cynabal building that will count as not actually technically part of the main series. And then we're going to give Bill a little vacation. But like I said before, we will be back. We will be back. I won't be back to Bill immediately, but I've got ideas for a couple more Eve series, a couple of new Eve series, similar sort of philosophy of what we've done here, but a whole new different approach to EVE Online that I think could turn into a pretty interesting story, and I hope that a bunch of you will join me for that. I also, as I said, will do a couple of videos on other games before I come back to EVE. So I'm going to keep content coming to you. I'm going to keep content coming to you after Bill goes on vacation. And who knows, someday down the road, Bill may come back out of retirement for a new series, figuring out what comes next after the Cynabal. I've got some ideas for that too. Show nada. $1.1 million ISK. Where did that come from? Oh, what? Oh, that was the last of my bounty from 7BIX. I haven't gotten my first tick yet from the system. I'm pretty sure the first tick I get in the system is going to be a big one. Oh, they're warping away. I'm not going to try and figure out where they're warping to. no spoilers on what my half-cooked ideas are. No, some spoilers. I was going to say no spoilers and then give you a spoiler. Minor spoilers on what my half-cooked ideas are for what might eventually be next for Bill. It's going to be the same Bootstrap do-it-yourself rules, carrying on from where Bill's at now. But the next step, the next goal, will not just be a different ship. I've got some other things in mind. That tick must be coming soon. I feel like we've been here in TU TAC for 20 minutes. I'm just waiting for that tick to take us over 100 million ISK. I am starving, you guys. I have been streaming most of the morning and well into the mid-afternoon, my time here in Montreal, and I haven't eaten a damn thing yet today. And I am getting a little bit sort of like cramp in my butt and back from sitting here at the keyboard for 4.5 hours straight. I am about ready. Oh. I am about ready to move on with my day. This stream has been so amazing. But I can't bring myself to do it until I tick 100 million ISK. Because we're so close. One more tick's going to take us across. And if you haven't noticed what I'm doing here, I warped to this belt and found a mobile tractor unit. I was like, I can't bear to not pop this mobile tractor unit, although it's probably empty. However, my immediate instinct, must shoot MTU, has now ticked my timer back up to 15 minutes. So I can't filament out of here. Whoa. And a lot of DPS was suddenly incoming from those battlecruisers. And there's the ding. The tick came in, 6.5 million ISK tick, not even counting the ESS holdback. Wow. So that was like 11, that was like an 11 million ISK tick. That was like 11 million ISK that we got in 20 minutes here in TU TAC Y. By far the most profitable tick I've ever seen in a Catalyst. And we're sitting at 102 million ISK, potentially another 10 million coming in from those, potentially another 10 million coming in from those ESS payments if they don't get robbed. So that'll put us up to around 112 million. So Angel Sound will 100% get us across the line. But I said I was going to call it when we dinged 100 million ISK. But I need to go back here and finish shooting this MTU. Which means I may actually need to kill all of these cruisers that are right up in my face. So you get my company for another 5 minutes. I should have reloaded when I was off at my safe. Whoa. Oh, man. That was all kinds of silly. We're going back in there, though. We still have 234 structure. What a great way to end the stream, right? Losing Fiona to some belt cruisers while trying to kill an empty MTU. I killed one cruiser, so the DPS is lower. And I came in with empty guns last time. I'm pretty sure if we do things a little more reasonably this time, I should be able to clear this cruiser spawn. Even if I need to warp off one more time, I'll warp off earlier this time, I promise. In fact, I'm going to align out while I shoot these guys. If we have to do this the one at a time way, we will. Okay. Nice thing about being aligned is you can just wait to the last second. And so I'm sure that I'm giving everyone on stream a heart attack doing this. But this is the way I fly. This is the way I fly. That mobile tractor unit must die. Must die. It is true, though. If Fiona dies, then I can pod express my way home and not worry about extracting. I promise I'm not doing this. I'm not trying to lose this ship intentionally so I can pod express. But it will definitely be a cleaner end to this adventure if I die. Maybe Super Alpha will come kill me. Yeah, Major Nolatari says, just came back from dinner to a super low HP bar. This mobile tractor unit has almost killed me. Those belt cruisers are doing surprising DPS. I feel like normally I have no problem tanking 3 cruisers in this fit. I haven't really looked at those guys to see if they've got anything special going on. I don't know why they're giving me so much trouble here. They're really applying to me. But you know we're going back in. Especially now that that MTU has sucked up all of that loot that belongs to me. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, C-Dean. Heat the repper. I got a little paranoid there. There was one volley that took off like 30% of my armor there. And I knew that if I took another volley like that, there was a good chance it would tick through the last of my structure. It's the chief infantry. No, it's the high captain who's doing the big alpha shot. Okay, well, it's the high captain I was going for. Yeah, I don't know what's up with these bell rats. This is so weird. The amount of DPS from these random rats in this random belt. These belt NPCs, they know I'm streaming, trying to get famous. Keith's be like, oh, you're so worried about the loot in that MTU that you wouldn't take anyways? Yeah. But I don't want anyone else to get it. And my Rex will despawn. But the loot in that MTU will just sit around waiting for its owner until the end of time. Well, until it despawns if he doesn't collect it in a couple of weeks. There we go. Now, has the MTU's shield fully recharged? Nope. Ha! Man, that spawn. That was nutty. Who does this belong to? Unbeliever Kresmarine of the initiative. Threat contained. I don't know who deploys an MTU in a belt. Like, what's even the use case beyond this? What's even the use case for this? When you're belt ratting, you only kill like 3 or 4 rats at a time. It feels like it would take longer to deploy and loot an MTU than it would be to just loot the Rex. Oh, it was only 2 days for the MTU to despawn? I thought they despawned like mobile depots, which have a pretty long shelf life. I don't, like I said on my main, I don't PvE that often. And I have very rarely used an MTU. MTU down. There's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know if this is all from the rats that I killed, or if some of this predates me. There's nothing in here that I actually need, though. So this kill mail marks the end of the stream. What a victory. What a victory. That MTU almost killed me. It was a real close fight. It was a real close fight, but Fiona was up to it. And we have 102 million ISK and a plan to go run Angel Sound. Now I still have 14 minutes and then I need to wait before I can actually log off. But there's an NPC station 3 jumps away. So before I actually end the stream, we're going to try and fly over to ATAC Icon and see if we can't dock up and log out. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me. This was not the most efficient 4-hour belt riding outing, but it was a lot of fun, and it was 100 times more fun for having chat here. And chat teaching me things I hadn't realized while I was in progress, and also chat almost getting me killed several times as I was too interested in the conversation to pay attention to my capacitor or my structure. But yeah, I don't think it's not going to be streams all the way out. I'm definitely not going to stream the actual Cynabal build and undock for OPSEC reasons. Typing OPSEC, so I'm saying OPSEC. But I am going to stream... Angel Sound. That's a great idea. Wait a second. Where do I need to go here? I warped to the wrong end of the system. Yeah, I'm going to stream Angel Sound. And then for the rest of the closing out of the series, it's going to be back to regular non-streamed episodes. But I really do hope that all of you who have shown up today will keep an eye on the Discord and come join me for the trip out to Curse. Even though OPSEC will matter there too, there's a good chance of me being stream sniped while running Angel Sound. I'll take that risk. Losing a Catalyst or a Thrasher or whatever is one thing. Being stream sniped as soon as I undock the Cynabal is less appealing. We have to start all over again. I'm a little bit concerned, not to jinx it, but I am going to have to move either my blueprint or my components before I can finally build the Cynabal. So there's a danger there. Although actually moving the BPO might make more sense, especially since I'll get another one from running Angel Sound again, and I in fact can afford a backup BPC from the Malcolm Zealot's loyalty point store. So in fact, the Cynabal BPC, which for a long time was my most precious possession, is not actually irreplaceable at all anymore. But I was very concerned with the idea of moving like the life support backup units and the auto integrity preservation seals. I'll still have the BPOs, so wouldn't be back to the beginning again. But for sure, losing those preservation seals or losing those life support backup units after I build them would be a really huge setback because I'd have to do the moon mining again. It wouldn't be like a 10-episode setback. It'd probably be like a 2-episode setback, but I'd like to avoid it. I'd like to avoid it if at all possible. But all that said, the definition of the challenge that I laid out at the beginning was build a Cynabal and attempt to fly to Zarzak. I think there's a very good chance that I do something in the Cynabal that gets me killed once I've built it. Hopefully, if I do that, it's going to happen after I go to Zarzak and not before. But if I build a Cynabal, board a Cynabal, undock, and then whatever happens after that, I'm calling that victory. Getting to Zarzak is victory lap. So if I die on road to Zarzak, I am not going to, and sorry those of you guys who've been hoping for it, I'm not going to die on the way to Zarzak and then be like, well, gotta build another Cynabal. Although I'm also not planning to die on the way to Zarzak. Okay, I am safely in station. I guess the last thing I need to do is burn an undock bookmark. 37,000 disk setback here on our grind to 150 million. I'm going to burn an undock bookmark for next time. And then I'm going to log off here in Fountain. And if I get camped in next time, well, I can always just clone jump out. And then Fiona will probably spend all of eternity here in ATAC Icon. So I really appreciate everyone who's been here for the stream. I am going to edit this down to post as a video as well. And I'm not going to ask those of you who are on stream to watch the video, but if you only caught half of the stream, then you'll be able to see the highlights of what happened on the section of the stream that you missed in a few days' time. So, but I will also be leaving the stream up on the channel as well. So if you actually do, for whatever reason, if you watched, 1 hour and want to see every little detail that happened in the other 3 hours, you'll have the power to go back and do that too. Okay, there's a mediocre undock bookmark. 175 kilometers from the station, and anyone who happens to have been on stream with me when I log on next will know exactly where my undock bookmark is. But this is not the biggest OPSEC risk that we've ever taken in building a Cynabal's adventures. And that's it. That's it. We're docked up. We're really done. 102 million ISK. We'll find out next time whether or not those ESS payments ever came in for us. Thank you so much.